Oh my gosh. Oh, my lord. All right, we are getting ready. We're just about there. Please share the stream. It is imperative that you hit that button. You don't even have to share it. You don't even have to share it. You don't even have to, I mean, it would help. It would be great if you did. But you don't even have to share it. All you got to do is hit the share button. And it actually pushes my video up through the algorithm. Hit share and then cancel for all I care. Really trying to push up the viewers, push up the subbies, push up the watch hours. That's what everyone's struggling with these days. That's my next milestone, is watch hours and subbies. Please and thank you. Playing Megastore Simulator today. I mean, what was it going to be? Anything else? No. It never was going to be anything else. Nobody would have ever expected anything else. I have hyperhidrosis! Just had to eat myself a nut bar, and then we will be beginning. Healthy nut bar is essential for your vitamins and nut minerals. You know, we all need nut minerals. And all those nut vitamins and minerals are exactly what makes me a healthy boy. And it's what makes you a healthy boy. Even if you're a girl. That's what makes you a healthy boy. Alright? Vitamin nut minerals. Bet you never heard of those before. Well, it's a secret trick that I know. A secret dietary trick that no doctor would ever share with you. It's a secret. These men carry it with them to their graves. Unmarked graves, because nobody likes doctors enough to give them tombstones. What? I think I must have blacked out there. Anyway, I'm Goose. We're starting soon. Just gotta get some more water and then we will begin. Oh, that's not happening. That's not what's happening. My dogs decided they wanted some food, so I'm going to feed them for a moment. Learn how to customize the stream elements, but what do you guys think we should cover next? Should it be some kind of internet drama? Should we talk about a lol cow? Should we do some science misinformation debunking? What do y'all think? obviously, I mean, I think most people would get tired of seeing someone play the same game for 12 days straight, but I don't know y'all, all right? I ain't your dad. I ain't gonna try and tell you what to like and what not to like. So if for some reason or another you just really love watching someone flounder around in a video game, I mean, not floundering, we're doing well. We're about to hit the pinnacle of mega stordom, which is full palletization of everything, which, I think that puts us on track for becoming an actual mega store. So stay tuned. We will begin shortly. Thank you, Helmet. My appreciations to you and yours for your appreciation for my expert dance moves. I choreographed them all myself. All right. Change this music to something that I can actually tolerate. Oh, what should it be? French touch disco house music. Okay. Sure. This'll work, I guess. It's just better than the stock, it's better than those stock things that you see or hear in like other videos, or in videos. Yep. Not exactly the flavor that I was looking for. Didn't really want to play the same like Kevin MacLeod shit that everyone hears all the time. Leave it just a little bit. I don't want to shut it off entirely, you know? You gotta placate to the masses. So I'm thinking I'm thinking once we get to the 500 subs, that'll be when we stop trying to worry about playing the same game. 12 days, I think, is getting up there. I think that's a long time for me to have played one game and nothing else. I think we're on 12 days. I think this is the 12th day. And I was gonna say like, oh, you know, maybe I'll wait till I have uploaded like 2 proper uploads or something. I don't know if I want to hinge moving on that. I think I would find much more entertainment in being able to cover like the lol cows and the dramatizations and the, you know, stuff like that. But I want that all to be higher quality, or I want it to be like higher production value. You know, I want it to be better researched, and the Ken Hovind script is coming along nicely, but that is destined to just be a video. You know, I acknowledge that it's a long time. I do, Helmet. Believe me, I am definitely. It's not that I'm getting bored, because I continue to play this all the time, like in my off time, but it's just, I don't know if this is gonna help the channel grow. I don't know if this purgatory is gonna be it, you know. I don't know if this purgatory is it. I think I need to just enter a different purgatory of you know, covering the stuff that I want to cover, and then maybe just really just like get off my ass and stop being lazy and just actually do like scripted content to complement that, you know. Deeper dives in the live stream, just like always, but like uploading more instead of really just being lazy. Honestly, it is really just laziness at this point that is keeping me from doing the content that I want to do. God, man, isn't it shitty when you can just boil it all down into one really simple solution? It really is just me being lazy. It's fine, you know, we all get lazy sometimes. In that vein, I think what we'll do is we'll just kind of take a look at what we've got right now. I didn't really anticipate doing anything other than this today, but I am down to switch gears. I have several ideas for things that I've been wanting to do, but again, I think I want those to be like videos. What I would love to do on stream is more Quora answers. Like, if you're familiar with the website Quora, it is like a cesspool of just the weirdest questions and like the most shit takes in response to those questions. And I feel like that's pretty entertaining to me, though. I watch, what is it, Comment Etiquette? There's a channel called Comment Etiquette or something like that, and where he does like snarky replies to questions on the internet. And I always like that format. But I don't think that I can like, come up with stuff on the fly that's witty enough or funny enough. Like, I feel like I'll take a look at the question, like this is me in real time. I take a look at the question and then I'm like, well, blah blah blah, tippy tap, tippy tap, tippy tap, tap tap. I think, you know what I mean? Like, that to me doesn't feel entertaining. You know, like if you're just sitting here listening to me clack away at the keyboard when I'm just trying to like, and then I'm just answering Quora questions. To me, that feels like video format. That feels like it should be a video. Ask Quora if it's normal to fart on your hand and smell it. Well, it's called the Guff and Cup method. But I don't think normal people tend to do that a lot. So like I don't do that. I think that, you know, that's some behavior that is not typically on the average baseline. But I don't think that you're disgusting if you do it. It's just not something that I typically do. And I don't know if it's a common thing. I don't know if I'm the outlier here. But I tend not to. I tend not to do that. So I don't know. I don't know if that's the norm. You know. But I'm actually answering questions on Quora and not asking them. I'm like a trusted answerer, contributor. I don't know what you would call it, but in the past, see, and it's because of this. It's because of this very simple fact. In the past, I've done some very thoughtful, very long, and well-researched responses to a lot of questions, and that got like hundreds of thousands of views across the world, which is not a lot. I mean, there's a lot of people in the world, but like, because of that, they asked me if I just wanted to be like a verified whatever thing person, question answerer, and they've since done away with that type of situation. But people can still get monetized for like contributing to Quora, which I find insane. Insane. So let's see if I can find my. Oh yeah, no, it won't tell me about my notifications from that long ago. But I was getting like, it was like, congratulations, your what you call it, your comment got, or your answers had like 100,000 fucking views this week, you know? And I'm like, all right, enough people are reading it. I don't see why not. But it's definitely, it's not like that anymore. It's much more of a, it seems like a slop channel or a slop platform than it used to be. But people can still ask you questions, and so I still get asked questions. So yeah, that's why. I think that'd be funny. Because now the questions are going to be way more... way less... kind, I guess you could say. So that's definitely an idea. Beautiful decor. Did you get good and juiced up? Juiced up? Is that a thing? Juiced up? Like steroids? Is that what I'm supposed to be doing? Did I say I was going to do steroids? I hope not. So if we are to cover something that isn't that game, which again, I'm not bored with. I just like saying juiced when I get messed up on substances. So you mean like just weed? So just the cannabis? Because I mean that's my medication, so there's plenty of that. Just kind of like all the time. It's pretty constant. Except when I'm on here. Just because I don't like to just constantly be turning the camera off. So if you haven't noticed, this is sort of the dashboard area thing where you can kind of view where people are specifically asking you questions. I mean, fucking see this? See what I'm saying? Like this, it has turned into a slop channel. Like this is all like people pornography and then animated GIFs. It's weird. It's a weird place. It's a weird place. Why don't your moderator lady ever tune in? She has stuff of her own, I'm pretty sure. She's got her own channel. She does her own stuff, so it's not... I haven't seen her in a bit, but I think it's also we have different schedules, you know? When I was playing games with them, it was like Thursday at like 5, which is definitely like the opposite of my schedule. But, yeah, I don't know. I'll hit her up, see what she's been up to. Alright, fine. So if we're going to pull the trigger on this, on not playing Megastore today, then I'm going to change up my... titles here. But now we got to find a thing that we're gonna do, which is... It's not going to be Kent Hovind. I can definitely attest to that. Need a rage bait title. Like what? Trump lost to Iran. Okay. But what's the subject matter? Would I just be... Because I don't actually want to, like, cover that. I mean, that's a pretty easy... it's a pretty easy thing to just dunk on without doing the research real time, but I don't the stuff that has happened lately in politics has just been so disappointing that I haven't really paid attention to any of the new developments. I just know that Iran is a failure. I know that the Strait of Hormuz thing was a failure. I know the UFC fight thing on the lawn was a failure. But I don't necessarily want to immerse myself in much of that stuff. I mean, is there like a way to turn that into an actual topic? There are all these shows where it's like Trump supporters call in. Do you want me to torture myself that way? And I'm just like, there are still Trump supporters. Well, yeah, that's like, why would I want to like... It's not that I don't think that taking calls isn't a fun thing to do, but it's also like kind of soul killing a little bit to know that there are that many people who believe those things, that are just willing to openly talk about how little they care for other human beings. It's shitty. It's shitty sometimes, you know, and sometimes you carry that with you. Not to say that I do, but it can happen to other people, not myself. I'm extremely mentally fortuitous. And handsome. I'm extremely handsome too. And smart. I'm also very smart. Alright? So don't check up on that. Don't look at things that I've said that are probably not smart. There's probably a lot of them. Just take my word for it. I am a genius. I'm a genius, and I know genius when I see it. Well, when I did this little venture, I just kind of like turned all of the other stuff into like ideas for video content. I mean, other than being like a childish loser, like what is Trump up to right now? Bing, 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 bing. Sinuses, please. Stop doing what you're doing. Pretty sure I saved some videos that I wanted to look at. Let me see. My history. Oh yeah, this guy showed up on my
all those cultures came back together as one cohesive unit again. Clearly, the micro-narrative of the Green Man. Plateau
So,
is the
I don't know much about this guy. Jesus. Alright. We found something. We found something. When sometimes ye go looking, things ye find. Alright, so maybe that didn't sound so smart. Okay? Maybe that didn't sound very smart. Alright? I'm sorry that your feeble mind can't understand when I turn words into circles. Alright? But that's where we are. Alright? Your words, circles. My words, circles. Everyone's words, circles. And more circles. No, Chayton. This is not a song request channel. I am not a human jukebox. If you want to listen to music, you can very easily just go on to Spotify and listen to music. It's very easy. I don't know what the thing is about it, but you know, we ain't need it. We ain't need it. Alright? Patrick, what's up? I'm a square. Well, your words can still be circles. Alright? Your words can be circles and so can mine. I can twist them and turn them and shape them into all kinds of different things. And right now, they're taking the form of circles. Words are circles. I don't know how many people need to know that. Alright? Play some Daddy Yankee Rump. No! If I wasn't going to play a song for Chayton, I'm certainly not going to play something called Daddy Yankee Rump. I don't even know what that is. So, atheism is silly pants? Oh my god. Atheists are a myth. Atheism isn't proof of atheism. Oh dear god. So, so this guy has a bit of a weird descent arc into, what is it, like, I guess pro-religious? I don't know. I'm not really sure what to call it, but as is the usual format for this sort of thing. First I need to redo my titles. I need to adjust my titles. And yes, Skippy, I think on the vertical stream, I think we're gonna do something rage baiting. Should be, I like your idea. Trump lost Iran. Trump lost Iran war using broken grammar to elicit a little more rage. We'll see if that helps. Should it libs win? Should it be libs win exclamation point and then hashtag Pride Month, Pride, yeah, hashtag Pride. Just for the vertical. I mean, we're gonna be honest on the horizontal and on the Twitch stream. We're not gonna rage bait on those, but the vertical, the cesspool that is the vertical feed, the shorts feed, really must be trolled. They must be trolled super, super hard. And if we're not trolling them, then what are we doing? You know? So that's the title. Trump lost Iran war, parentheses, lib win, parentheses, Pride, and then Juneteenth. And then hashtag, so hashtag Pride, hashtag Juneteenth. See, I think I'm laughing over the idea of this happening, but I don't think it's actually going to get a lot of rage bait. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see if we get rage bait, or if we get rage engagement. Rage engagement? What would we call that? Rage engagement?
Top 10 reasons why atheism is completely idiotic.
I know, I'm about as original as a Kiss cover band. Hey, God Rules, could you do me a favor?
Okay.
Could you keep making YouTube videos? You're a really easy target.
Is this friendly fire? Is this friendly fire? The Armored Skeptic? Is this friendly fire? I don't know. I guess we'll just have to find out. Why would I be covering a man? Libtards win, pride, love it. This title is going to be something normal. This one's going to be, what is it? The Armored Quote Skeptic. LOL. All right. And then we will do that for the Twitch chat as well. Sorry, I don't have my multi-stream set up anymore. Like, it broke, and I can't fix it. So I'm having to do all this manually. I can't just change, like, one title. What can you do, you know? Change that, put that there. There we go. All right. Beautiful. Okay, and then for the vertical, we got to do a poll that pisses people off too, right? How are you celebrating Pride Month? Wait. There we go. How are you celebrating Pride Month? And then one of the options should be taking my cat to a drag show, or introducing my boyfriend to my to my wife. I was gonna say to my trans wife, but it doesn't. Taking my cat to a drag show, introducing my boyfriend to my wife. Boom shakalaka. I gotta admit, it's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good for rage bait. I think it's pretty obvious. I feel like it's really obvious rage bait. But you never know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. So, as per normal, as per usual on this channel, when we do a little bit of a deep dive called real-time research, just sort of in my own headcanon here, we take a look at the early videos of a creator, and then we take a look at the most popular videos, and then we take a look at the most recent videos. And the reason for that long drawn out process is A, to fill time, because this is a multiple hour stream, and when we cover someone, it's usually only one person. And B, because it's always good to see sort of how they progress from either good place to bad place or bad place to good place. It's usually only one way here, but you never know. Maybe one day we'll find someone who came from shittiness into glory. That's not as entertaining. I'm going to step off screen, make sure my dog doesn't need to go out, because I think she walked over there, but I just want to make sure. And then I'm going to blow my nose as well. Two things you don't have to see me doing. Well, luckily enough, you know, I forgot my train of thought. Oh, it hasn't been hot today. It's only supposed to be like 77 max today, which is so much better than it was. So much better. Ooh, I should also turn on subscribers only, so if someone wants to yell at me, they have to subscribe. That would be pretty funny. Oh, see what I mean? See what I mean? Yes, we got our first rage baiter. Ah, see, yeah, I have to turn this into sub-only mode. That could be a good tactic, man. There we go. Okay, Hans, talk the same amount of shit, but sub first. And then, and then I'd be happy to answer your question. Yo, dumbass question. But Biden... Shut up. What's funny about that is that the people who were in the political arena, who were commentating on the political stuff, who actually cared about political stuff, really did care about Biden, like, doing bad things when he was in office. I'm sure there was a lot of people who, you know, weighed in and told him not to run, and yet he still did. And then I'm sure that there were plenty of people who were unhappy with the decisions that he made. A lot of people were pushing back on him. But care about what? Care about Iran? Care about the Middle East? Care about forever wars? I mean, that's been pretty prevalent since the 70s. And that's just as early as I remember my mom talking about it. I was born in the 80s, but, you know, my mom would be talking about it like it was something that had happened a decade ago. So it was, you know, pretty in the zeitgeist, Hans. I don't know where you think it's gone. I don't know where you think the concern for foreign affairs or any of that stuff, you know, happened during when Biden was president. It's all still prevalent. It was all still there. It was all still, you know, part of the issues. And then when it came to vote for a new president, we had two really bad candidates. Two really bad candidates that would have done nothing for the country that would have really improved things much. But the rising tide lifts all ships, man. Like, you can't just assume that Republicans and liberals aren't enriching themselves from all the chaos that's going on. It's both sides, man. It ain't just one side. Camel Toe Harris, which is why. Do you just feel the need to be a shitty person? Like, do you say that about people you work with, like coworkers and friends and family members? If you would talk about a public official that freely like that, I can't imagine how you talk about people you actually care about. We dodged a bullet. Yes, I will agree with you on that. We are in 100% agreement. So this is his oldest video. And obviously, if we're doing this in real time, then we're taking a look at someone who I don't know. I don't know anything about them. I don't know what their situation is. This is me learning about this person just as much as you. So you will experience my shock if he says something completely inappropriate, like that David Woods guy, which he deserves his own video. Yes, that is definitely a video that needs to happen. I need to write that down. Holy shit, yeah, David Woods. Oh my god, I cannot believe I forgot about that guy. Ugh, what a what a disgusting man. Woo! Yeah, I gotta write that down. Because I'm definitely going to forget it. As I do. As I am known to do. Oh yeah, the idea was when I was going to do Quora questions, it was going to be turning them into shorts. That'd be cool, right? Coming up with original shorts content is never a bad idea. Or should I say idea? Never a bad idea. Let's see, that was David Woods, Grape of Youngs. Yep, if that doesn't make you want to learn more, then I don't know what to tell you. Because he openly admits to that on a live stream, and then he continues to talk about it. Just stream after stream after stream, just continue talking about it. Just continues hammering it in that he indeed just trafficked some younger people who he then said they threw themselves out, or they then threw themselves at me. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. All you can do is call people Nazi. Did I call anyone a Nazi? Or are you talking to Skippy? Because he didn't say the word Nazi at any point. It's played put, libs.
Okay.
So obviously, his production value has increased by scores over time. Mine, I can't talk about that at all because my production quality is this. It's just this. Ha! That's it. This is all I got. Hey, whoa! Look at that. That's a flourish right there, huh? Hey! Just play the video.
First thing they say to you, atheism is science. Oh, the mantra that never dies. It's science, folks. End of story.
Well, you're off to a pretty bad start, because as a statement, atheism is science doesn't even make sense. One could argue maybe that they reached that point through scientific reasoning, but atheism on its own is in no way scientific. As far as science is concerned, atheism is irrelevant.
You're stupid if you don't believe.
Pretty reasonable, right? It's a very reasonable take, and I'm happy to just let this video keep playing. It's 30 fucking minutes, but we're speeding it up. I'm happy to just let it keep playing. You know, let's see what this guy thinks about atheism. Let's see. It's the guy whose channel it is not the guy who's talking about God. He's the atheist in this equation. Again, friendly fire? Maybe. Keep watching.
You're an arrogant, ignorant, knuckle-dragging Christian.
Oh, come on, that's not true. You could be an ignorant, knuckle-dragging Muslim.
That's all there is to it. You're just stupid. Because you don't know it's science. What's wrong with you, you dumb?
You are absolutely allowed to not believe in science that you don't understand. However, you jump the shark when you replace science you don't understand with creationist assertions that don't make any sense. That's when we'll call you stupid. I will notice that creationists will say that science is wrong, except they'll use science to prove science is wrong. Or they'll use existing scientific findings to prove their existing point.
But when pressed for proof, it is science, or that science has all the answers, what do we get in return from these atheists? Mocking, ridicule, anger, spite.
Nobody has ever claimed that science has all the answers. Despite the word science coming from a Greek root word meaning knowledge, science in the modern day is actually the pursuit of knowledge. Only creationists are dumb enough to say that their field of study holds all the answers. In fact, I think the day that science can answer everything will be a sad day, because there will be literally nothing left to explore.
Hey, science cannot test God. You cannot put God in a test tube and run experiments on him.
Exactly. And to a logically minded person, that's all the evidence you need to prove that something doesn't exist.
Wow. You know,
it's ethereal.
Wow,
If
dude.
something's not testable, then it's...
Are we friends? Are we friends right now? I think right now, yes. I think right now, yeah, we're friends, dude. Right now? Oh, fuck yeah, man. These are takes I can agree with.
not falsifiable. If it's not falsifiable, then it might as well just be thrown away.
B, science can't test history. We might as well throw all history books because they're bullshit, because they're not science. It's all lies.
Oh, you're just upset that archaeological dig proved that the story of Jericho was fake. Yes, science can test history. That's what archaeology is. That's what forensics is. That's what paleontology is. That's what geology is. If we couldn't test history, all of our favorite TV shows would look like this.
Hey boss, looks like somebody snuffed this priest. The killer will sure have some confessions today. So we gonna sweep for prints?
Well, yeah, it's because MAGA people don't actually want to listen to anybody. They just want to say. They just want to, you know, they want to make noises, and they want to try and, you know, own the libs in any way that they can. It's usually people who are just really sad in their normal lives. Otherwise, why would you feel the need to, like, come onto a random platform, not random platform, but come onto a platform that a bunch of people use just to be nasty? That's not recreation. That's, you know, processing trauma. So yeah, it's usually done by cowards, and those are usually the people who want to just say an insult and then leave, or try to make a point that doesn't mean anything and then not listen to the response. That's fine. That's part of why rage bait is a thing and why we're using it.
No need. It was God's will.
C, science can't tell you why you think you're a person.
Say what now?
Do you believe you're a person, or do you believe you're just millions of single-celled organisms working together in a body?
Did you fail biology? We're not millions of individual single cells. We're a multi-cellular organism. That is not the same thing as a big blob of individual cells. And I could ask this for all of your questions. What does this have to do with atheism? Can I hear that question again?
Do you believe you're a person, or do you believe you're just millions of single-celled organisms working together in a body?
It almost sounds like you're
explicit,
denying
but-
that you're made up of billions of cells. Are you unaware that that is a scientific fact?
Why are you a person? Do you think you're a person?
Personhood is a philosophical issue, which I don't think you have the depth to go into.
Well, if you're logical and scientific like these atheists say, you shouldn't think you're a person, because you're just random chance. You're just a blob walking around with a backbone in it.
I'm a self-aware...
What did I miss? I just got back. So far, we're just establishing that this guy seems pretty gosh darn normal. Thus, almost completely eliminating any need to cover him, right? Wrong. There's always a breaking point for someone. And this guy's came very gently. It came very gently. It was a very slow transition. But we'll see. We'll see. right now, he's being pretty gosh darn skeptical. All right, and I would say he's fulfilling the criteria of the name of his channel. So I think that is so far some green flags. You know, why would I bother covering this guy? Oh, well, I guess we'll just have to find out.
Vertebrate animal. And yes, some random chance. Your random chance.
I
Learn to
didn't
live
put
with
it in
that.
news
And D,
politics.
science cannot tell you what is right and wrong. So obviously morality doesn't exist either. It's bullshit. You can do whatever you want because science is king.
Again, you've touched on a philosophical issue. Nobody derives their philosophical outlook on life on scientific findings. All science does is tells us how the universe works. It has nothing to do with morality. And without going into another rant about it, morality is subjective. Everybody feels completely different about what is moral and what is not. And I bet all of your morals you derive from your own personal feelings, and not the Bible,
think he's
the ultimate
Canadian.
moral source. Otherwise, you would have stoned some women by now.
Number 2, atheists say we don't need to prove atheism because it's a lack of belief. We don't have to prove it. You got to prove your religion.
Yeah, I don't know what's so hard to figure out about that. The claims that a God exists and that he lives outside of our universe is untestable, so it means nothing. And the claims that God has created miracles on the face of the earth has also not been proven to be correct. So the only other assertion we can make is that God doesn't exist. If you had any real evidence to show that God actually exists, we would change our minds.
There's a guy here on YouTube called Shock of God.
You're a
See, I think, like, a better way of saying that is that a lack of belief doesn't need proof because there's nothing there. It is a concept that implodes in on itself. Like, there's just nothing there. If there is no belief in God, you can't base anything else off of it. Oh, well, you're just angry at God. No, God doesn't exist in my world. Oh, well, you just, you know, what is it? You believe that God doesn't exist. No, God, if it existed in the first place, I guess, then you could just like try and push back against that. But if there's just a lack of anything there, there's a lack of a belief in an entity. That's all it is. I guess some people can't understand that.
Shock of God fan? I thought you were smarter than that.
Who has asked about 50 atheist YouTubers one simple question. What proof and evidence can you provide that proves atheism is accurate and correct?
Yes, and it's been explained to him that his question doesn't make any sense. Can you prove that a lack of belief in the flying spaghetti monster is accurate and correct without also disproving your God in the process?
He has a running video series, the Shock of God guy.
See,
on his
that's a
account,
little
with
bit
58
different
atheist YouTubers
than
on his
how
Hall
I
of
would have
Shame
said that.
for not providing 1 ounce of evidence for their beliefs. So far, he hasn't had anybody provide any evidence whatsoever that atheism is accurate and correct.
You know, after spending a few days making a Shock of God video, I think I've come to the realization of what the actual problem is here. It's not that you don't understand that not believing in something is okay to do, but you're so afraid to let go of your fake answers and admit that you don't know, that you're willing to cling on to them the same way a
This
kidnapped
is 12
victim with
12
Stockholm
years ago,
syndrome is
so-
unwilling to leave their captor. You just
He might have been
fear
really younger,
the
so I
unknown
don't know.
so
He sounds
much
young, way
that you'll attack
younger than he
anybody
does-
who
than
tells
he
you that
looks on
things are
his
unknown
videos.
or unknowable. Your book, your stupid little book, doesn't have any of the answers that you say that it does. It just has a bunch of guesses and assertions made by desert-dwelling, nomadic, Bronze Age goat herders.
Because it doesn't matter what they believe. It only matters that you're wrong. But see, you don't have any answers. And you don't have any proof that they're right. Just that you don't know what you're talking about.
Correct. We don't need to know what the answer actually is to know that what you think the answer is.
Hold on, Armored Skeptic. I'm going to field this one real quick. Atheists don't give a shit whether they're right or wrong. I mean, it's a lack of belief. Like, you could probably try to inject some belief in there, and then they could become agnostic to whether or not God exists if you show them just a little bit of proof. And then if you continue to show them proof, then they might be convinced. Then they could be completely convinced and they would no longer be atheist. That doesn't mean that they are all of a sudden going to start following the God that you want them to. They could believe he exists. Believing in him doesn't mean following him, doesn't mean subjecting yourself to the religion. It just means that you now acknowledge that there is the existence of a God. That's it. Stop bridging things. Stop bridging things too much. Christians,
is completely false. In the context of whether or not you're right, it doesn't matter what our assertions or our beliefs are. All that matters is that we can point out that you're wrong, and we will continue to do that over and over and over again until you stop making these stupid videos.
Number 3, atheists tell you that evolution is fact.
Evolution is a fact.
It's fact.
Evolution is a fact.
It's fact.
Evolution is a fact.
And if you question it, you're an idiot.
It's not if you question it. Questions are welcome and, in fact, invited in the discussion of evolution. However, your question can reveal a lot about your understanding of science in general, and it can also reveal a lot about your bias towards science. So yes, your question can make you
if you're
sound like a
saying
complete
things
idiot.
like,
So far, I've done about 15 videos.
if you're saying things like, you can't get a whale from a potato. Yeah, that's not fucking how it works. God damn it. No humans came from a rock. Sharing a common ancestor doesn't mean you were born from that species. Like, fucking Christ, Kent Hovind.
Completely mocking atheism.
Poisoned whole
doesn't mean it
generations.
actually makes sense. What do we get in return from these atheists? Mocking, ridicule, anger, spite. On those videos, I've had hordes of atheists give me thumbs down. I had 100 thumbs down in 5 days' time on one of them. Of all these hordes of atheists telling me that evolution is a fact, so far, of the 10 plus times I've asked for proof, I've not had one atheist, not even one, of the thousands who watch my videos, provide one piece of evidence that macroevolution is fact. Not one. None of them literally.
Macroevolution? I mean, we see bacteria evolve. The very fact that viruses exist and bacteria exist and are able to infect humans shows that evolution evolves. I mean, on a obviously that's a micro scale, but macro evolution. You mean like when something adapts and then like they start actually bringing that into the family line, like that counts as evolution. Small changes over time. We see that like all the time in, you know, birds for example, like birds are evolving in real time. We can watch them. That's where Darwin fucking based his entire origin of species, which isn't about evolution, on birds. Like it's a big thing. It's a whole thing.
Matter of fact, none of them have even tried.
That's not true. You've been presented with plenty of evidence. However, you created some sort of unimaginable standard to which no evidence could ever possibly stand up, and it failed to communicate to us exactly what meets that standard. Not to mention the fact that
And then when you do
fulfill
fulfill the standard, they'll usually
information
move the
supporting
goalposts.
evolution, you would almost have to go out of your way to not read it, which I can only chalk up to intellectual dishonesty.
Because they're too busy mocking
Out of your way.
what you believe. They're too busy mocking. They don't have to prove what they believe. So far, I've done about 15 videos completely mocking atheism. They know everything. They got science.
Actually, the only people I know that are dumb enough to say that they know everything are creationists.
Number 4, atheists
True.
confusing science with blind faith and religion. Yes,
That
I
is-
know.
that
They're
is
quite well known
another
for telling
point that
everyone
is
else that they're
very
blind believers.
cogent.
But ironically, they're
Shush. That is another point that's cogent is if I felt nice and cool not wearing a hat yesterday, and I kind of wanted to keep that going. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
confusing science with blind faith and religion. Yes, about 15 videos completely mocking atheism. They know everything. They got science.
Actually, the only people I know that are dumb enough to say that they know everything are creationists.
Number 4, atheists.
Oh yeah. I like nobody smart claims to just know everything. Like even on things that you're pretty well certain, like you're never like 100% certain. Like you would still, if someone asked you a technical term, you probably have to go and look it up. It's not like atheists are just trying to tell creationists that we all just know that God doesn't exist. There's a big gulf between having a lack of belief, not seeing enough evidence to convince you, and saying that he absolutely doesn't exist. Like you can get philosophical and talk about the contradictory nature of the Christian God, but like that's a philosophical thing. Like that has nothing to do with like what's real and practical, and they fucking know that shit. Squirrels in California have been observed eating rodents. They were assumed to be herbivores. Is that an evolution, or is that really just a bit of a speciation because of urban expansion?
Confusing science with blind faith and religion.
Be trying
Yes,
to
I know.
live-
They're quite well
live
known
in
for
the
telling
world,
everyone
you know?
else that they're blind believers, but ironically, they're complete hypocrites. They have no clue what science or evidence even is, apparently.
Most atheists probably didn't come to their conclusion about the existence of a god based on science anyways. They probably came to the conclusion just by reading the Bible.
Science equals a branch of knowledge or study dealing with the body of facts or truths, systematically arranged and showing the operation of general laws, such as the mathematical sciences.
Just pointing out, you didn't say anything about philosophical outlooks on life, just facts.
I'm taking calc 1, 2, 3, 4 and differential equations, physics, statics, dynamics, thermodynamics, and a shitload of other
Biology
classes.
seems to be over,
So I think I
man.
know a little bit about math. I think I know a little bit about science. I think I know a little bit about evidence.
A mechanical engineer, you are incredibly
My nasal
stupid.
So
passages.
far, no one has provided any scientific evidence that macroevolution even occurs. Okay? Now you can provide proof of microevolution. And see, this is where they bait and switch you. They tell you, we got proof.
All right,
Proof
calm down.
evolution it happens. But guess what? It depends on what type of evolution you talk about. See, everybody believes in microevolution. That's called adaptation. That's within the DNA strand field. Okay? But then they use that proof from microevolution to prove macroevolution, which is total bullshit and it has no proof. So they don't tell you the difference. Adaptation says that you could take a dog and make them big or small within the DNA field. Okay? You can have them, dark, thick hair, thin hair. That's all within the reference of the DNA. It allows all that play there. You know what I mean? It allows for this field of differences.
Micro and macro evolution are not two different types of evolution. They do not describe different types of mechanisms or different types of changes. The terms only refer to periods of time. If you want to zoom in on a small space, say within a few generations, you would call that micro evolution. But if you zoom back and want to see how a species changed over a long period of time, say hundreds of thousands or millions of years, you would use the term macro evolution. Macro evolution is actually just a combination of small micro evolutions.
Don't
From the way you
those,
form
like,
your
speed
questions
you up?
and the kind of evidence you seem to be looking for suggests to me that you're actually looking for a type of proof that doesn't exist and can't exist. I can't
take
prove that
Afrin.
macroevolution exists under your definition because your definition is simply
no-
wrong. What you
there's
would have us
still a
believe is
drip.
that a
Are you
chicken
fucking
doesn't just give
kidding
birth
me?
to a slightly
Afrin,
different
no
chicken.
drip.
A chicken gives birth to an ostrich, and then an ostrich gives birth to an
Ingestion
alligator. And that's simply not how macroevolution works.
Because
The
I
terms
get
micro and macroevolution were
congested.
coined in the early 1900s. They were used to quickly describe
Very
an idea
frequently.
without actually having to dive into it.
During
Not to
the
mention these
summer.
words were
That's
actually originally written in
spring/summer.
Russian and translated into English. There isn't actually a consensus within the scientific community about exactly what these terms mean. Quite often scientists will accuse each other of misusing the term. I'm actually of the camp that chooses not to use the terms at all, because from my own scientific studies, micro and macroevolution are the exact same thing. The only difference is the timescale. So why do we have this disagreement about the validity of the theory of evolution?
Yeah, so like bird babies developing a tooth on their beak would be macroevolution. That's something that evolved over hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years. Perfect example right there. I don't know, never did them. Afrin reminds me of my Coke days. I think, you know, a lot of people have some of those days behind them and have deviated septums because of it, and are prone to a lot of springtime allergy, nasal congestion because of it.
Imagine the problem is that you simply do not understand it.
Back then, I mean, I know a lot of people used to have like those mint things, the little like you like shake it up and like you breathe it and it's like mint, like supposed to clear your passages. This is the same sort of thing, but it uses a slight like a chemical to do it. But it says like you want to not use it for more than a couple of days at a time. Do not use for more than 3 days. It has been a couple of weeks at this point. I don't know what I'm supposed to do though. Like, am I supposed to go to the doctor? I don't have health insurance. What prescription would I get? Afrin. It would be more of that stuff. I don't know. People used to put sniffables in those things. Like you would do that, and then you would like round out whatever you were doing with whatever's inside the chamber. That was a thing.
So let me give you a quick refresher course. In the scientific world, the word theory does not mean an imagined idea. It means a hypothesis that has been tested rigorously, has been sent through the coals, has been published, has been scrutinized even further, and has passed all the trials.
Have you tried allergy pills like Claritin and Zyrtec? Yeah, Claritin 24-hour used to do the trick. My head is actually kind of cold now. Claritin 24 used to do the trick, but it's expensive. You know, it's expensive. And the stuff that I get from Costco is, I think, loratadine. Yeah, this was loratadine. But it's not, I don't think it's like as good, you know, as like Claritin.
To the point where it is the most plausible explanation. Evolution is
like
not a debate.
pills.
It is an indisputable
That's
fact.
exaggerating.
The theory of
but
evolution
it's
is not based on the observations made by a single scientific discipline, but in fact, several different disciplines. Just to name a few: paleontology, comparative anatomy, embryology, developmental genetics, mutation studies, transmission genetics, population and quantitative genetics, evolutionary biology, and even geology. Now, by all respects, each of these classes of scientific study don't really have much to do with each other. However, when it comes to the theory of evolution, the findings they make match up perfectly. One form of study can make a hypothesis, and the next form
exactly how much evidence is there for biological evolution anyways?
Mountains upon
It's the same?
mountains of evidence, more than anybody.
Maybe the
could explain
dosage
in
is
one
different.
lifetime. People have dedicated their entire lives just proving one small aspect, putting all the pieces together for us to make this theory a nice, smooth, impenetrable force of scientific knowledge.
How did I get in your video?
Magic.
Magic's never an explanation for anything.
Wormhole.
Wormholes? I guess.
With magic.
Oh, of course, magic. Multi-angular.
In bacteria populations
What is
easily
happening?
through antibiotics. Certain bacteria develop
Anything, literally. Now, if you
Yeah,
ask an
guest-
atheist what
guest
proof God
star?
doesn't exist, he will give you all manner of materials and studies that they have rapidly produced.
Are you sure? Or do we not give you any evidence? Which is it? Make up your mind. Oh, I see what you're doing. You're playing the contradiction game.
Or if you ask them why heaven doesn't exist, they'll joyfully provide you some atheist book to read that has 20 arguments why heaven doesn't exist. However, when you ask them for answers, such as how did the Big Bang start, they say, well, we don't know. We don't know that.
And your problem with that is that you'd rather have a bogus answer than no answer. It's fucking genius.
We just work with science. That's all we work with is science.
I have a feeling you won't be satisfied until we start making shit up like you do. I'm sorry the truth isn't as fun as your fantasy world.
Or if you ask
Corby.
them why water is the only substance that increases in size when it freezes out of all materials.
Well, asking how it increases in size when it freezes is a meaningful question, but asking why is not a meaningful question. It's an irrelevant question because there's no way to test that.
Giving fish the ability to live in cold temperatures because ice is on top of the water rather than below. Because when the ice is on top, it actually allows the water to stay warm. It's a closed system.
Why
If
ice
is on the bottom,
expands?
they would all freeze and die.
Actually, there's several organisms that can survive being frozen solid. Who's to say that if water didn't change size the way that it does, that the entire world wouldn't just be populated with organisms that can survive being frozen solid? I mean, that tracks with evolution.
When you freeze it, it gets bigger. And every other substance gets smaller. Isn't that kind of weird? Maybe it has something to do with intelligent design. I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's just a weird shit. Like,
Yeah, but it's you've picked the wrong option.
that, you know what I mean?
Oh, look, everybody, another creationist that says something we don't know equals God. What a fucking surprise.
Or how by random miraculous chance, both sexes, male and female, of any and all animals that supposedly evolutionized, just so happen to mutate beneficially at the exact same time. And they just happen to mate too.
Evolutionize.
Oh my god. They evolved together because they lived and mated together. They're related. Your objection would only make sense if males and females evolved on opposite sides of the fucking planet and then met millions of years later.
And guess what? We have no scientific evidence whatsoever that any mutation is.
So, all in all, pretty benign stuff. Pretty benign. He seems to not really have that much of a red flag situation here, and I think I kind of approve of everything that's happening. I'm into it. I feel like this is all very smart stuff. Very smart stuff. Okay. You know, he makes sarcastic titles. Very snarky. You know, he got a lot of these guys like figured out way early on in his career. Way early. This is 9 years ago. This is 8 years ago. 8 freaking years ago, this guy made this video on what is it, spirit science?
Hey, mini believer, what the heck are you watching?
And if you're not familiar with spirit science, holy fuck, that's a whole rabbit hole. Spirit science is a creator. I don't know if you might have. No. Let me see. Get the channel. The channel is still up. If you're not familiar with spirit science, you're gonna have to take a look. He's gone real heavy into AI stuff.
Hello? Hello? Is this mic on?
Oh wait, no, I think he's given up the channel. Anyway, the point is, it's a very weird channel. It's a very weird channel. They talk a lot about some really weird shit. Oh no, did he actually do this? Never heard of spirit science? Oh my god, it's its own rabbit hole. I gotta see if I can find maybe one of his old videos. A year ago, let's see. This would be another video that
now,
needs
in
to
our
be
great
made.
journey of exploring the mysteries of Christianity, one thing that has yet to be discussed is the authenticity of the narrative itself. We know that the great avatars, Yeshua included, did not write their own stories. So, who did? And can we trust their penmanship? Let's begin with the so-called foundational text.
Do you see it? That's just all AI. Just all of it. And this was a year ago. Just all of it is AI.
The 5
27 minutes of
also
just
known as the
AI
Torah. For
clips.
centuries, tradition held that Moses was the sole author of these books. But modern scholarship, linguistic analysis, and archaeological study paint a very different picture. First,
Halfway
Roman
through,
emperor to open
AI.
support Christ-
3/4 of the way.
which was a relatively new word by contrast.
Oh, hey, look, some stock
This change
footage. There we
transformed
go.
the passage. What had once been
Homosexuals.
a condemnation of exploitative or abusive acts now became a condemnation of an entire
AI.
group of people. Instead of addressing issues of power,
AI.
coercion, and predation, this of older men taking advantage of younger boys. But in 1946, the translators of the Revised Standard Version made a fateful decision.
I'm sorry, what
They
is happening
combined
right
these
now?
two words into a single English term, homosexual, which was a relatively new word by contrast. This change transformed the passage. What had once been a condemnation of exploitative or abusive acts now became a condemnation of an entire group of people.
Yo, is this dude fucking based right now? Is he advocating? Is he advocating for the gays? Is he advocating for my gays? What? Hold on, hold on.
Historically used to describe luxury, weakness, or decadence. It was never a reference to sexual orientation. Arsenicoitai is a bit more complex. It's a compound of arsen, meaning male, and koitai, meaning bed. Scholars debated its meaning for centuries, but today it is understood to refer to economic exploitation or abusive relationships, particularly involving pederasty, the practice of older men taking advantage of younger boys. But in 1946,
way.
the translators of the Revised Standard Version made a fateful decision. They combined these two words into a single English term, homosexual, which was a relatively new word by contrast. This change transformed the passage. What had once been a condemnation of
Is he?
exploitation
No
or abusive
way.
acts
No
now became
fucking
a
way.
condemnation of an entire group of people. Instead of addressing issues of power, coercion, and predation, it labeled non-cisgendered individuals as inherently sinful.
stop the video?
And once that translation was
Are we
published,
just- are we
it
done?
spread. By the
Are we
1980s,
done listening
this
to
mistranslation was
humans
becoming
anymore?
widespread. As evangelical leaders like Jerry Falwell and Pat Robertson rose to prominence, they used the alter.
I was trying to pause it. God damn, yo. Did he just defend the gays? Did he just like advocate for Pride Week or Pride Month?
Over time, some translations corrected the error. The new Revised Standard Version and its updated editions removed homosexual from the text, returning to language that more accurately reflected the original Greek. But by then, the misinformation had spread too far, and many churches continued to use older translations, reinforcing decades of prejudice. Today, most scholars agree homosexual should never have been included in the Bible. The original texts do not
Well, there you
address
go.
sexual orientation.
Weird. Anywho, he's real fucking weird. He's real fucking weird. He's a like a hippie woo woo, but uses AI, and like is kind of a sex pest himself. Thinks that Emma Watson is the second coming of Jesus. It's real interesting. It's real interesting. So yeah, he might deserve his own. But I mean, people have kind of done it to death at this point. He's gotten plenty of people covered him over the years. He's got plenty of people covered him over the years. My God, I have just such an adept skill to speak the English language creatively. I don't think many other people are ever going to be able to do that quite the way that I do. Some could say butcher the English language, but I wouldn't, you know? The secrets of spiritual business? Yep, Emma Watson. He thinks that she is Jesus Christ.
Today with Gerard Powell, the founder of Rhythmia. Jerry, thank you so much.
And you know how he found out? Because he had a sex dream about her. And then he started making videos to her, addressed to her, on this channel. It's an interesting thing.
Thank you for having me, Jordan. I love your work. Thank you. I love yours. I truly do. So I wanted to stand with you today.
You see this guy is wearing a shawl.
One of the last times I was here, I had this whole transformation of like my own professionality,
or a
doing
cloak,
the work that I do,
I guess,
and like rising up in my own company to be a more professional leader. And so I've been taking a lot of time to learn about money and spirituality and spiritual business. And I thought there's really no.
He wants to be a more professional leader. So when he realized that he did the butch thing, that's not a gay term, it's just a guy named Duke. Sorry, Duke. He did the Duke thing, where he just fired his employees without telling them. Like he told them in a Twitter post, essentially. I don't think it was a Twitter post for him, but he wants to be a more professional leader. I would say he didn't succeed.
A better person to talk about for spiritual business than you. I'm thrilled. So right off the bat, one of the biggest criticisms and complaints that I've received from people is money and spirituality don't go together. You know, and I've got that in spades from the Spirit Science audience. And I'm pretty sure that you've experienced a little bit of that too. And I wanted to ask you, like, how do you address that? What do you say to people who have that belief?
I think a lot of people understand that when you're presenting something that can't be substantiated to a group of people, and then like asking for money, that it's like a snake oil thing. I think that the whole discussion around should you pay for spiritual services should end at the word no. You should not be paying for spiritual services. If someone is asking you for money for something they cannot prove works, or that it has any impact on you whatsoever, then you shouldn't be paying money for it. Obviously, there are people who say that, well, entertainment is a thing, art is a thing, and services are a thing. So you can pay if the service that you got made things better for you in some way. If you feel as though it was worth the price that you paid, then it's all gravy, son. Which is fine. I mean, I think that it's okay to have things like entertainment or art or just experiences that you can charge money for. But there's also like the ethical shit that goes into it. You know, there's a lot of spiritual stuff like channeling and mediums and psychics and tarot readers and things like that who can claim to help you with loved ones, who can claim to help you find dead loved ones or help you like retrieve remains or help you like find missing people or things like that. And it's all bullshit. 100% of it is bullshit. And they'll go and they'll try and advertise their services to the police, who are notorious for using unverified things like lie detectors in order to determine whether or not, you know, leads need to be pursued. Like that kind of shit, they eat that shit up, and then they can get government fucking contracts to lie to people. It's insane. Got some things to do, keep doing the Lord's work. How dare you?
Disagree completely, you know, of course. But
so the attitude around whether or not you should pay for spiritual services, quote unquote, should rest on whether or not the price for that service is justifiable, knowing that none of this stuff exists. If you can put your mind in that place just for a moment and ask if it's justified, like just saying that it might not exist, then it's okay. Then you can probably justify paying for something like that in that instance. But until you're sure of that,
now you're with the nature of the universe. It's not true.
nah, don't worry about it. Don't do it. Don't fall into the trap.
What comes into play? Spirit.
So yeah, he's a guy that I guess could use a little bit of video commentary on, but that's more of a stream one than an actual video one. So that's good. We got one for the next one.
A freaking video about spirit science about the dangers of eating meat. We won't tell you what to eat or what not to eat. Only that if health is your concern, you should be equipped with all of the information you can in your mental arsenal to make the best decision for you.
Shut the front door. This is actually a decent video.
You're darn tootin'. Why are you guys talking like that? Like what, you fudge nugget?
Like that! We've always freaking talked like this, you son of a biscuit.
What the is going on? Holy cheese and crackers, we got a yellow alert.
Oh, popsicles, you've done it now.
What have I done? I'm so confused. We've lost attitude control.
Just shut your mouth and take your station.
We're caught in Earth's gravity.
Bridge to engineering. Report.
Oh, hi, sweetie. I'm so happy you called.
What is happening?
Mom, where are my engines?
Oh my goodness, you wouldn't believe the day I'm having down here. How have you been doing? Did you get that rash checked out? I haven't heard from you since that incident.
Not.
Are not. Jesus, Jordan, you're behind a podium, for Christ's sake.
Modern views of our history account for many things,
Oh, boy.
but completely dismiss many very important pieces in the puzzle. For example, the pyramids of Giza. There's no modern theory that accounts for how these could have been made in such a precise way that even modern technology can't achieve.
I love this ancient Egyptian alternate
There
history
it is.
stuff, but not only could we build a pyramid today, if we
There it
really,
is.
really wanted to, we could make it much more precise than the ancient Egyptians.
Ancient cities such as Babylon, Erech, and Akkad that were written about in the Bible and other ancient texts were always thought to be myths because no one could prove they existed. Inside one of these cities, archaeologists found thousands of cylindrical clay tablets hidden deep within the earth, written in cuneiform, and tell an ancient story that spanned back over hundreds of thousands of years on this planet, describing the history of the earth and the origins of the human race in great detail.
How the hell does the fact that Sumeria was in the Bible make the Sumerian text any more legitimate? The Bible completely contradicts the supposed Sumerian history.
How can we explain how they knew so many things about the universe that would seem impossible to know? Not only did the Dogons know all about the distant planets in the solar system, but so did the Sumerians. They described them all in great
Weird,
detail. in the
right?
Sumerian
It's
writing.
almost
You're
like,
going
why
right
are we
down
even
with
covering
this
this
They also knew
guy?
the precession of the equinox. That's a tough one for a historian to understand because it takes over 2,000 years of continuous observation to actually learn that the Earth has a wobble. The Sumerians had this information
Can you
from day one
guess?
of their civilization.
Guess why we're
Well,
covering
that
this
would be
guy?
pretty amazing.
Guess why?
If it were true.
A man named Zacharias Sitchin spent a long time transcribing these texts and had put them
I
all
mean, I
together.
kind of already gave it
Many
away,
others
but
have also done the
guess
same. The
why?
interpretations are always very similar.
Guess
And
why
by
we're
similar, Jordan
covering
means
this guy.
completely different.
Not only that, but Thoth has also shared information about this with us, and his account matches the
I
Sumerian
don't
record.
think I
Whoa,
buried
geez,
the
you never
lead.
said Thoth was involved.
Adonis
Well
and other
enough.
channelings discuss it as well.
Okay, and by channelings you mean...
There's a reason.
This is Lisette. I would like to say good morning to all you. We have been called the bringers of the dawn.
Right.
I'm not going to tell you that this is fact. I am simply saying, decide for yourself.
Well, I don't know, Jordan, saying that a literal god told you.
Long ago, when humans existed at a very high level of consciousness, the spiritual leaders of the world. After Atlantis, the Kundalini moved to the mountains of Tibet, which is why the Buddhists were the leaders in pure spirituality for the last
Molten nickel iron core, cool.
Yada yada. Anyway, the point is, pretty well rounded, pretty grounded in reality, pretty normal, pretty tame, pretty benign. I think anyone can get on board with some of this stuff. Normal. Now let's take a look at his most popular videos. All right. We already looked at a couple of them. But I want to look at one that is more recent. Within this decade. Yeah, I would say 7 years ago is pretty good. Let's go with that one if we can't find one. 5. I think 5 is too close to when things are happening. So let's go further. Let's do this one. Okay, this one will be, I think, the best progression. See, he stopped using his avatar at some point.
Okay, come on, Rick. You can do this. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing here. This is going to be very different from anything I've ever made. Quick, somebody talk me out of this. Now, I know that I promised I was going to make my own conspiracy theory video, but this really got out of hand on me. I started off with just writing a script for a single video, laying out my new favorite conspiracy theory. Before I knew it, I'd gone full Charlie, laying out my own personal grand unified theory for all conspiracy.
You see the seeds being planted, do you not? You see a little bit of the progression here, but we'll find out where he's going. I assure you, it can't be someplace good.
Theories that ever existed. Oh my god. Welcome to the Armored Conspiracy Files. Does that sound dumb?
I'm keeping it. Please debate with each other in the comment section. I'm just trying to have some fun. Thought you guys would have some fun too. The conspiracy theory that sort of got me started into the whole genre.
So far, this is all just for fun.
Giza Plateau. The Great Pyramid, the Red Pyramid, the Sphinx, and of course dozens of other structures, tunnels, and sites. Based on everything that we know on the historical progression of mankind, there's no way the dynastic Egyptians could have built the Great Pyramid in the time period that history records, with the tools they had at their disposal, with the materials they built it with, in the amount of time.
The stones, the layers of the Great Pyramid, three-dimensionally locked into each other, and there are 2.3 million multi-ton limestone blocks.
Now hold on a second. He just laid out his own conspiracy theories. He just said that he was doing conspiracy theory stuff, but got so involved in it that he had his own unified conspiracy theory of everything. Yes, I said theory twice. Yes, that was on purpose. But this means that it's potentially something he might be coming to believe. And in the last video we saw, not more than 5 minutes ago, he just laid out why we could build better pyramids today. Coincidence? Maybe not. Maybe he's still going by the Skeptic moniker.
Academia says that it was likely constructed over the course of 25 years. If that's the case, you would have to cut, move, and
why would he be rehashing
one block every 2 minutes?
Not to mention how complex the design is, incorporating the golden ratio, incorporating the math for the dimensions of the Earth, including the distance of the Earth from the Sun. It's in the geographical center of the Earth, pointing due north. The Great Pyramid isn't 4-sided, it's 8-sided. There's also the large granite blocks that are integrated to the interior of the pyramid that there's no way the dynastic Egyptians could have worked with.
Copper's just going to blunt on granite. I can't believe it's going to cut the stone. We're going to put sand inside the groove, and we're going to put the saw on top of the sand, and then let the sand do the cutting.
Will we see any progress in our lifetime? Yes, if you came back in an hour's time, you would see about a 4mm cut. Drawing went wonderful once we switched over to using water with the sand. As you can see here, we achieved this in just a few days.
And even if they did cut them like that, that doesn't explain how the blocks fit so flush with each other. You can't even fit a piece of paper or a needle between them. Go right next door to the Sphinx. Not only is the body of the Sphinx
the same bullshit, the same fucking bullshit that you see on podcasts right now, that are being pushed right now, were being pushed by this guy 9 years ago. The same shit. He's ahead of his time.
Far more eroded than the head, suggesting that the head was actually recarved at a later date, but the walls around the Sphinx display advanced water erosion. Egyptologists believe that the Sphinx is between 3,000 and 5,000 years old. However, some geologists have suggested that the water erosion would require hundreds of years of
Right. Egyptologists, meaning the people who specialize in this field of science, have said one thing, but some geologists have said another. Something here is not like another.
Sustained rainfall, and the last time Egypt had a climate that would explain something like that was between 10 and 20,000 years ago, meaning that the Great Sphinx is at least 12,000 years old. And it was when I heard about all this that I became forever addicted to unraveling the mysteries of ancient human history and trying to piece together a new timeline that actually explains everything that we see with our own eyes.
I think that we've fully become the thing we hate at this point. We've fully become the thing that we hate. In that metaphorical term, I don't hate, talking about him from his point of view. He was, just minutes ago in his own video, just wrecking an argument about this, about literally exactly what he's supporting right now. So this position, that there's no way that the pyramids could have been made by human hands, this position that he's taking is completely the opposite, is exactly what he was ruining in his other video. He's like, of course, I mean, yeah, the humans built the pyramids. We can build a better one right now with more accuracy and more, fine tuning. Like we could get it so down to the micron that it would completely destroy the completely destroy the ancient pyramids. And now he's completely flipped. 100%. We don't know. Well, hang on. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. We don't know that yet. But it's definitely seemingly heading in that direction. Started out as a skeptic.
The first time I heard about the water erosion around the Sphinx, I was only about 12 or 13 years old, but I remember it vividly. The people who presented the theory were mocked and ridiculed, and the fallout from the debate forced a spotlight onto an uncomfortable and major flaw in the archaeological community: their refusal to accept evidence that doesn't fit the accepted historical paradigm. But a lot has happened since then. And our paradigm has shifted.
He's gone full conspiracy theorist. He's not the skeptic anymore. He's now a skeptic. Oh, poor guy.
Shifted quite a bit, mainly because of the discovery of Göbekli Tepe, a pre-Neolithic civilization that predates the oldest known civilization, Sumeria, by around 7,000 years. Most people recognize Graham Hancock. He's basically the face of lost ancient history. I'm not really a huge fan, but I can't deny what he's done for the field. However, he and a few others in the field seem stuck, quite ironically, on an old, unflexible paradigm.
A very well-known grifter. A completely unsubstantiable series of assertions about history that he shouldn't be making. He's written several books about it, but he is not a reputable source of information on history.
Themselves. Also, John Anthony
Path
West
of
concerned
the
with unpacking
gods.
this lost civilization and solving
Footsteps
the
of
riddle
the
of the gods. And then there's
gods.
Brian Forster. He's the
Architecture of the gods. I don't think there were ancient advanced civilizations. I'm just gonna weigh in on that real quick. If you notice me turning the face cam off, it is for a very specific reason. We're about to let the video keep playing, but I smoketh of the Connie Boss for medical purposes. If you also do so, please feel free to sync up with me, though you do not have to feel any obligation to.
It's the one that woke me up to the fact that many megalithic sites have amazing stonework that we can't explain, but on top of that amazing stonework, there's terrible stonework that the world's shittiest mason wouldn't put his name on today. There's more to it than that, that's an oversimplification, but there's a lot of evidence to suggest that a lot of these sites, like the ones in Peru, were actually built a long time ago, then abandoned for some time, and then reoccupied later by the Maya and the Inca. And the Maya and the Inca even have stories themselves about how their cities were built by the gods. For example, this wall has extremely complicated cuts in the stone. Each stone is wedged so tightly together.
I mean, dude, he's literally just saying that this could all be bullshit. Like, come on, man.
That you can't fit a piece of paper between. But behind the surface, the stones appear to have been melted into each other.
All right, we're gonna go in 3, 2, 1.
Not that I ever took it too
Cheers,
seriously, but I always
smoke 'em
followed
if you
the
got
details
'em.
of the idea of Atlantis, the concept of this ancient advanced civilization that was wiped away by a flood, and we keep finding these hints. Later, I'd find out about the Younger Dryas period, a time about 12,000 years ago when the North Pole suddenly melted and then refroze, and at the same time, there's a noticeable rise and lowering of sea level, and the extinction of a good deal of megafauna in North America. That is, I didn't take this too seriously until just recently there was discovered a comet impact crater in southern Greenland from 12,000 years ago. When that baby hit, it would have vaporized a good deal of the ice cap. It would have rained down on the Earth for months, and because of its close proximity to the Arctic Ocean, that impact would have caused a massive tsunami that would have wiped across a good deal of the northern hemisphere. Together, those two effects would have made it seem as if there was a massive global flood. This helped to explain some of the impressive carvings that we found at Göbekli Tepe, which seems to depict the story of a great comet. Comets have always been considered bad omens throughout history, and perhaps that's because collectively we have a historical memory of this major impact event. So, if this is true and we've unlocked Atlantis, and we've managed to prove that they were more advanced than later civilizations, does that mean that they were completely wiped away by the flood, or did some of their knowledge survive? And why do the Freemasons and countless other occult groups venerate the pyramid? Do they know what it means? So that got me thinking, if the Inca and the Maya could end up
Because they
occupying
like
cities that they
symbology, and
themselves didn't
symbology
build,
is cool.
history would record it as if they did.
And triangles are cool. It was literally nothing else. Come on, man. What happened to you? Why did you become this?
You think the same thing could happen to us? But I didn't just find patterns with the building layouts. I found entire
You're meant to
themes
bring
that survived
balance
from
to the
Egypt
skeptics,
all the way
not-
to the Victorian era. And I know that's
not tear them apart.
A lot of the major architectural styles that existed between those two eras are actually tied together. So that means this whole thing ties into the Notre Dame spire. Notre Dame was built with all the same principles as the Giza Plateau and served the same function. Now, with the spire gone, it no longer does function. Whoa, what am I saying? You're talking crazy, Greg. And if I'm right, which I probably am, this will destroy everything you know about human history and who we were before the
But sir, but sir, hang on, but sir. But sir, did you not say exactly the opposite several years ago? But the skeptics
One more
thing, the
and
skeptic thing,
done. Boss, we got a great idea. Could be your best video yet.
I guess wasn't paying off? Nope.
to the point where the electromagnetic field disappeared, causing the solar winds to strip Mars of its atmosphere, which led to the end of liquid water on the surface.
There is no divine plan. Spirit can do whatever it wants. If Spirit decides to cut itself off from the rest of consciousness and create a separate reality on its
why
own,
does it
it
do
can do
that?
that too. Because Spirit is God, it can do this. This is called the Lucifer experiment.
Okay, so the Martians are Satanists.
When the Martians severed the love bond, they became pure male, logical beings with no emotions. They ended up fighting. Mars became a battleground. Eventually, it became clear that Mars was not going to survive.
What? What? Sir. Sir, please. Oh my god. I'm gonna find it. There we go.
Consciousness and create a separate reality on its own. Cylindrical clay tablets hidden deep within the earth, written in cuneiform, and tell no modern theory that accounts for how these could have been made in such a precise way that even modern technology can't achieve.
I love this ancient Egyptian alternate history stuff, but not only could we build a pyramid today.
Hold up, sir. Hang on. Sir.
And why do the Freemasons and countless other occult groups venerate the pyramid? Do they know what it means? So that got me thinking, if the Inca and the Maya could end up occupying cities that they themselves didn't build, but history would record it as if they did, do you think the same thing could happen to us? But I didn't just find patterns with the building layouts. I found entire themes that survived from Egypt all the way to the Victorian era. And I know that sounds crazy, but a lot of the major architectural styles that existed between those two eras are actually tied together. So that means this whole thing ties into the Notre Dame spire. Notre Dame was built with all the same principles as the Giza Plateau and served the same function. And now with the spire gone, it no longer does function. Whoa,
no.
What am I saying?
No.
You're talking crazy, Greg. And if I'm right, this will destroy everything you know about human history and who we were before the Victorian era.
No!
This is one of the temple structures in Royal Palace Park, Cambodia. What you're seeing and what you're hearing, as far as I know, is not real. All the sources of this video lead to a single Flat Earth YouTube account, and the owner of that account told me that he doesn't remember where he got it. But let's look at this as a proof of concept. In theory, what the creator wants to convey is that atmospheric energy is being collected by a fractal antenna on the roof of the building, and that the reaction is causing an audible resonance.
But you just said that you can't rely on this being true. You just said that to the audience just now. Just right now you said that. Please.
Those balls of light that are floating around are supposed to be plasma. This, theoretically, is a free energy device that's been integrated into an old building. And this seems kind of silly, but there's people out there who believe that this kind of technology not only existed back then, but has existed all throughout human history. And through the majority of human history have been integrating this technology into their buildings all across the world.
Then, okay, but why haven't we been using them? Like, are we just waiting for the right time? Like, what the fuck? That's asinine.
World until all knowledge of this history was erased 200 years ago. The Illuminati has apparently accomplished this by capitalizing on massive natural disasters like floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and mudslides, and then just cleaned up the mess and made up a story about a plague or a war to explain all the bodies, and fake fires to explain all the missing buildings. They then collect and reuse the old masonry to build the next civilization. Masonry? Lying around? Free for the taking? Just any old mason could just take this for free. Just all this free masonry lying around. You know what I'm saying? History tells us that this is a photo of a destroyed city after a Civil War battle. But what if this is an old abandoned city that was destroyed by an earthquake and fire, or a solar flare, or some other natural disaster? What if they just found the city like this, and then rebuilt it, and called it their own? What else seems to stick out about these older buildings in these historic towns is that they seem...
Well, because then they would have been structurally unsound. You know, it's not like places stay the stability that they were when they were built, even if it's stone. And, like, you can't just build on top of, like, historical sites, because then, people who value that kind of shit would be like, no, it's the gods, or it's spiritual, or it's holy, or some shit like that. There's always going to be someone who pushes back on that shit. Mark my words.
To be slightly buried into the earth, and a little bit more than what you'd expect from just natural sediment over time. As if mud
for Christ's sake,
flowed
dude,
into the city and filled in the lower levels of all
how
the
like
and that brings me
Atlantis is under like the Sahara or something. How like if you were to unearth the real lower half of the temples or of the pyramids, we might find some crazy truth about humanity. Maybe the pyramids are actually actual antennas and they're meant to be like contacting aliens and shit. Like, come on, man. What turned you into this? You just said all this about the pyramids, but this is what you said 9 years ago.
Precise way that even modern technology can't achieve.
I love this ancient Egyptian alternate history stuff, but not only could we build a pyramid today, if we really, really wanted to, we could make it much more precise than the ancient Egyptians.
Ancient cities such as Babylon, Erech, and Akkad.
Seems like you muddled your message there a little bit by directly contradicting yourself.
To the name of this conspiracy theory, ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you to the Mud Flood. Ever since high school, I've been obsessed with history. Why history? I don't know. Just always absorbed it like a sponge. Straight out of high school, I ended up taking a summer job as a tour bus operator, and that was perfect because Kingston, my hometown, is actually a historic city with French settlers dating back to about 1673, and that helped me really carve my teeth on my knowledge from around that era to about 1850. That was around the time that all the interesting stuff happened in Kingston. Nothing's really happened since then.
Carve your teeth? I'm pretty sure that the term is cut your teeth. But I mean, carve sounds, I guess, badass.
Oh, a waiter here was the first Canadian Idol. So,
Yeah. And now I know Kingston like the back of my hand. The tourism industry reigns supreme here, and as my role as a tour operator, I ended up
What
getting
was
to
that
access parts of the city
suggestion?
that most people don't even know exists. It turns out that I'm actually...
Idolatry? What were you trying to imply?
had just flowed in, dating back to about 1673, and that helped me really carve my teeth on my knowledge from around that era to about 1850. That was around the time that all the interesting stuff happened in Kingston. Nothing's really happened since then. Oh, a waiter here was the first Canadian Idol.
Canadian Idol?
Yeah. And now
So
I
like
know
a
Kingston like the back of
singing
my hand.
thing?
The tourism industry reigns
Like
supreme
American
here, and
Idol?
as my role as a tour operator, I ended up getting to
I didn't know it
access
was
parts
that
of the city
old.
that most people don't even know exists. It turns out that I'm actually uniquely qualified to discuss the mud flood conspiracy theory because most of the structures they discuss date between the 16 and 1800s, and they share features with several structures here in Kingston. There's a lot of different concepts that the mud flood theory tries to incorporate. Some of the stuff I've just completely stayed away from.
Jamaica?
It just seems like nonsense. But I'm going to go through as many of the more interesting and more plausible theories as I can in this video. But this series is inevitably going to grow because there are several subjects that I want to make an entire video just focusing on. Yes, they all realize that most buildings have basement windows, but even then, decorative features such as arches are buried under the earth, and nobody would design a building like that. The conspiracy theory community uses the term mud flood, but that could mean several things. Landslides, mud volcanoes, yes, that's a thing, and a powerful enough earthquake can shake the soil to the point where it liquefies. I suppose we have to consider the possibility that that's sediment that's been built up over time, but cities get buried under the earth all the time.
Rare.
Now, nobody in the mud flood community can seem to agree on whether or not there were several mud floods or just one, and if they all happened at the same time around the world, but the mud flooders present some pretty compelling evidence that almost every single one of these cities has been buried under at least one story of mud. And
happened?
that there is no record of this happening. And this is all around the world. Russia, France, England, Japan, China, Singapore, Australia, Turkey, India, South America, Mexico, United States, Canada. It's common knowledge that Rome was buried under feet of earth. Egypt was buried, of course. Using this logic...
Oh my god. I mean, we're missing... He's missing how much like rats humans live. Like, we built on top of our city's streets because of things like trash, or because we built too far below the water line, or because we didn't want to include the proper infrastructure to keep the city from crumbling around us. Like, there's all kinds of different reasons why people built up. And like the town I grew up in is Sacramento, California, was definitely like one of those things. Like, it was I think 10 feet above the original, like the downtown area was 10 feet above the original ground because they had to build a levee because the river kept flooding. And then I think the same thing happened in Chicago too, right? So like all those like theories that you hear about, oh, there was some pre-existing advanced civilization. No, humans just live like rats. We make a bunch of trash until we can't live on top of the trash anymore, and then we just pave over it, and then that's our new ground level. And so we just live on top of a whole heap of trash, you know, a good layer of trash that's been cleared out over time and has now become our sewer tunnels. And you know, anytime that you see those like big estuary pipe things that have like gates on them or anything, those usually lead to like an underground city, I guess you could say. And definitely people like live down there, mostly runaways, mostly like runaways, drug addicts, criminals, people on the lam. But also those places get, you know, checked out by police a lot. So it's really just a benign thing. It's really just an innocent, a thing that is not like supernatural or metaphysical or spiritual in any way. It's not the gods, it's not aliens, it's not pre-existing advanced civilizations like Graham Hancock bullshit. It's none of that shit. It is simply the cities not knowing how to run their municipalities in a way that makes sense. They built and then they ruined that, and then they built up, and then now they've ruined that again, and they're probably going to build up again at some point. Industrial Revolution shit, you know. We oh man, like read the Concrete Jungle. It's a good book. Talks about a lot of how our industries got the way they are today.
I went around my hometown to see if I noticed the same thing, and you know what? I did. In fact, almost every single feature these mud flood cities have resemble Kingston, Ontario. Most original structures that stand today date between 1830 and 1850. There's a big mess though, because before the Kingston Heritage Committee was created, they would just level buildings indiscriminately. Now you have to do an archaeological dig every single time you want to build something downtown, and every single time they end up finding foundations for older structures. One thing mud flooders...
Yeah. That's not because they were preserved by some like global catastrophe that wiped out pre-existing civilizations. It's because your city doesn't know how to clean up after itself. You just said that they were demolishing not a word. Buildings left and right, like candy bars, knocking down. That's not a metaphor either. You know what? Shut up.
Will do is they'll start throwing photos at you of just random people excavating mud. Some of them, completely out of context, makes it seem like maybe they're just digging out a buried city. But others, you can't really deny that that's what they're doing.
Sure.
Here's an anomaly for you in Omaha. This is St. Mary Magdalene Church. The city apparently decided to regrade the streets and level out all of the steep hills. So people started digging out the church, and after they finished excavating it, they discovered that 2 stories of the structure were submerged under the earth. Do you see where these faux pillars flare out at the bottom? This is an indication of where the ground level should be. And you see this side? All these beautiful arched windows? Okay, well, this one's actually an easy debunk. An article in the Omaha World Herald says that during the street grading, they hired a contractor to build the bottom story and the foundation area. However, I will admit that it's very strange that they would build a brick foundation for such a tall, heavy structure that's obviously built on soil instead of bedrock, but I'm no building expert. Some of these depictions show grand structures that either seem to be in the middle of nowhere or have no landscaping around them at all. Then there's these photos of cities like the Vatican, where the entire city is completely empty. Yeah, maybe they evacuated the city just to get these pristine shots. If they went through all the trouble to evacuate the entire city, you think that they could have asked this guy to get out of the shot, maybe? It's a little bit awkward that he's just standing there. Oh yeah, you got these vagrants hanging out by the statue over here? Hey guys, get the f out of the shot, you're ruining it! It almost looks like they're taking a photo of the Vatican to show off what it looks like right before they fill it with the next civilization. I want to ask yourself a question. If there's no people in the city, then who took the photo? These should be bustling cities. How do you build up these giant cities if there's no people in them? I mean, this seemed to have been a global event.
I thought that was like a joke look. I thought he was like looking like as if it was a joke, but he was this was like a serious, like a knowing glance that he was giving the camera because he expects you to believe these were conspiracy theories, right? That's what he said. That's how he presented this, that these were all conspiracy theories. But like, why is he so certain? Like, he's like, oh, this is an actual conspiracy. It's concerning. You know, he's concerning me. All right, he's concerning me a little bit with his immediate flip from instances. Well over 9 years, but hey, 9 years is enough time to go down a pipeline. At least it wasn't the alt-right one.
Right? Surely there'd be some sort of record of this happening. But instead, there are stories like this. The downtown of the city of Chattanooga is a floodplain, and apparently used to flood regularly in the 19th century. This apparently is not so much of an issue anymore.
Pardon me, boys.
The street level of the entire downtown was raised.
Can you direct me to the Chattanooga
is that
choo-choo?
nobody knows when this street raising was done.
Track number 9.
I don't know exactly what's happening.
Can you give me
But most people said this was done sometime in the late 1880s.
But the mud flood is not for sure about the 1880s theory. A handful of photos have survived from the region that predated that time.
The fact that this is matched by another window on the other side of the door in the middle tells you that this most likely was an entryway to this.
This guy goes on to show that a retaining wall on the outside of the structure theoretically
sometimes
they
they just
add the
move way
fill
too
on the
fast,
other
you know?
side. However, I also found an old photo of Chattanooga that shows retaining walls used to stop water from entering the building. So I don't really know what to make of this.
You can see some of the tops of arch.
Yeah, that paired with the most common explanation that people tend to get when asking questions about why is there a city under the ground usually points towards the idea that your city was flooding regularly and so they had to build reinforcing retaining walls or levees and thus then have to build the city like up a level because they just can't, the foundations are sound as long as, especially if you like pour enough garbage in and pave over it, it can be pretty solid, you know, pretty solid foundations. So just build up on top of it. Just like you're describing these places that were re-civilized, essentially like ruins that someone then moved into and repaired. Why couldn't it have just been because there was some municipal error, like some misjudgment by the people who run the city, and that's why they had to pave out, like they had to essentially move the city up a level because it flooded every year. That's not a pre-existing civilized. What the fuck? Do you think that humanity like it's the 90s era humans were like all of a sudden wiped out, and now this is we're just reabsorbing the ruins into our modern civilization for some reason somehow? And how long ago was this? Like how long was the mud flood? Like 6,000 years ago, or several 100,000, or what? Because he was talking about Gobelek Metembi, Gobelek Tepi, don't know how to pronounce it. He said that thing said like 7,000 years ago. So I mean, when does he think that this mud flood happened, and how would we have just come back? Like, it's a conspiracy, meaning like people are hiding how humanity returned from this massive mud flood, or that they covered up the mud flood in general? Because he was saying that they would but they would put photographs out there about like, you know, hide these things with fires and hide them with, other like natural disasters. But why? What is the point? To what? Because then people would panic. Over what? You're saying that a natural disaster didn't happen, but that a different natural disaster happened. Where's the sense in this? Because I'm not making any.
Windowways that you wouldn't put in at the street level now.
In
Some
my
places
brain.
those have been coal bins, but you wouldn't have had 6 of them in the same building.
Chattanooga's not the only one in the world. Hell, Chattanooga's not the only one in the United States. It's basically the exact same story in Leavenworth.
Now this is downtown Leavenworth, but below my feet, there's an underground mystery down here that not a lot of people know about or can tell us why it was created. It is a city, perhaps long ago used for commerce, windows, doors, and narrow...
No fucking shit, lady! What was the downtown area used for back then? Like, where did you do your commerce? In, like, the early 1800s or the early 1900s or whenever the fuck these buildings are, I guess early 1900s, Industrial Revolution, like, where the fuck do you think people, like, did their shopping and shit? Where the fuck do you think... What exactly do you think happened here? We can even go back as far as like 1700s when like the first fucking buildings were ever put in there. Like, especially in New England towns? Like, yeah, you're gonna find buildings buried under there. How the fuck do you think they got them out of there once they knocked them down? You get the rocks you can carry away, you carry them away. Everything else you just kind of pave over. You're putting rock on top of rock. That's efficient. It's like why waste money trying to pull that shit out of there when it's a solid foundation? You could either start building on top of it, which would be really stupid, or you can just pave over that shit. Or if the foundation's already there and the building's already like in good condition, you just build up. How is that news? Nobody knows what this underground city was used for. Perhaps it was used for commerce. It's a fucking downtown area, yeah! I get to tell the news on television.
Narrow paths lead you to the storefronts.
We know that it was pretty secretive, whatever it was that was down here, because not too many people know anything
Secretive?
The underground world stretches several city blocks and possibly beyond. Some speculate this was created in the 1800s.
Even Kingston City Hall is quite questionable. The whole basement is lined with archways that were buried under the soil until fairly recently.
I think presenting this like it's a intriguing mystery on the news is probably what helped this fucking guy be convinced that it was some goddamn conspiracy. The municipalities know about it. They're the ones who built the fucking city higher. And people who don't, like, they don't know about it. It's secretive because all the fucking people that were involved are dead now. It was not something of note. It's just like, oh, well, we got to build the city up. We have to, like, you lift a block. You use enough foundational scaffolding and whatever the fuck to lift the city a block up here. It's like, it's fine. You got your levees and shit. You got your walls and whatnot. People have to go up a little bit for like 10 years until that next block is lifted. Then that next block is lifted. Then the next block is lifted. These are small municipality things that have to happen sometimes. And it doesn't mean that it's like this one giant event that happened where they had to just raise the city 10 feet. It happened over time. It happened with votes. It happened with cash allocations, which took years and years and years and years and years. So you almost probably didn't notice, really, like in that entire time. And anyone who had anything to do with the planning phase is dead because it was like 100 fucking years ago. It's not a mystery. It's not secretive. It just was so meaningless that nobody bothered to like be like, oh, well, I guess I have to pass down word to my children, make sure that they tell it to their children about how we had to raise the city 10 feet. It's not like there's not a fucking historical plaque in a goddamn park nearby that can tell the same fucking story. He's already got me heated. And this is just halfway into his turn. Remember, just in one other video, he was talking about how we could build pyramids today, and they'd be better. We built them back then, and they weren't perfect. Like, he had a good point. And he turned into this. Seemingly in less than a decade, but I mean, that's enough time, I guess.
You can see examples of these large arches in the west wing, which is the back of the structure, but also all the way along the front of the structure. Almost all of these today have been converted into windows and doors, but the point is that they weren't designed to be covered. Yet in photos from the 1860s, you can clearly see that the building is buried all the way up to the main floor. Market vendors are actually using the main floor as storefronts. You can't even touch those windows today, they're too high up. I never understood why they designed the building like this, because if there was any kind of flooding, it would just pour right into the dry moat. And in the winter, that's exactly what would happen. The dry moat would...
Yeah, you're literally just saying the exact reason why they had to raise the level of the building.
Fill with ice and water, and there was nowhere for it to drain. And now that I've seen pictures of buildings getting excavated, I wonder if the basement of City Hall wasn't designed to be completely above the ground, like it was up on stilts, on display. The subject of aqueducts always comes up with the mudflood community. Greco-Romano style aqueducts seem to be a common feature. For example, there's a Romanesque aqueduct in Mexico.
Greco-Romano? Do you think that people just never traveled? Sorry, I'm already jumping on the next point here. Fucking, like, aqueducts? Like, do you think that people didn't travel? Do you think people didn't, like, go from one place to another, like, in boats and shit? Even if, like, stuck on like, a log or something, you know? Like, whole fucking villages might have gotten washed out into the ocean somehow. I don't know. But, like, boats have been around during that time. Some of the greatest navies on Earth were, people based in the Mediterranean. Not too hard to imagine that they might go branching out.
Want aqueducts? Kingston has one of those too. Maybe. Well, technically it's in Napanee, which is actually 30 minutes outside of Kingston. A small...
And is it weird to believe that perhaps some other civilization than Greco-Romans would have built aqueduct-looking passageways or columns or anything like that? Archways?
A whole section of this bridge is made of stone, and though there has...
Or could it have been part of another building?
Clearly been some restoration work done to it, especially around the base, which has more concrete. There doesn't seem to be any kind of record
you always
of any
measure
kind of stone
from the
bridge
base
being built here, and there seems to be no record of this restoration. I know this is just probably a bridge. Another thing synonymous with the mudflood is star forts. There are some pretty intricate designs, and though many still stand today, there are some drawings of older ones that will really blow your mind. Some are really small, like the ones in Kingston. We have a few, like Fort Frederick, Fort Henry. That's a bit more of a sizable star fort there, and there's a little bit left of the original French fort, Fort Frontenac. But at one time, the entire city of Kingston was walled off. The oldest depiction of City Hall that I can find, supposedly dating to 1850, shows a wall that we now call the Market Battery, and a small portion of this wall has been excavated, but you'll notice that the wall is actually sunken down, and you have to climb down into a hole to access it. But like I said, all of Kingston was walled off at one point, so that Market Battery would have been attached to the rest of the wall, right? Well, what did that Market Battery look like? Oh, that looks like a freaking star fort. Have you ever seen the Statue of Liberty? Don't let that cute toga and the shiny flag...
I don't know where he's going with all of this. He was talking about how the pyramids couldn't have been made by men. I don't know where he's going.
Distract you because...
Anywho, well, I mean,
Liberty is holding
this video just may have outlasted.
This is my favorite part. Where's San Francisco? The city by the bay. Oh, it's by the bay, but it's by the wrong bay. It's supposed to be at another bay. So how does that happen? Whatever it was that filled in the strait with Earth, did it cover up the old San Francisco? And since people just remembered the name San Francisco, they're like, yeah, we'll just call one of the new reset cities San Francisco.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? San Francisco, I guess, is not in its original home, and that this used to be water, and California used to not be attached to the continent?
City by the bay. And this got me wondering if this had to do with the Streets with No Name song. Oh, Street with No Name. That's not the song. But I highly encourage you to go through some of these maps because you're going to find a lot of stuff that surprises you, like entire islands that are just not there anymore, like Friesland. There's Greenland, Iceland, and Friesland. Except Friesland doesn't exist anymore. Is that a secret Illuminati island? I don't know, but
But there's some part of him that's serious there. And could that just be the Azores? Aren't they, like, directly below Greenland?
San Francisco, the city by the bay. And this got me wondering if this had to do with the Streets with No Name.
Like, there were... Fucking Christ, dude. Like, there were saints, like, in the Victorian era And so Santo Francisco, like Saint Francis, was a fucking thing, like in the Bible and shit, in Catholicism. And who the fuck settled those areas? Could it have been, you know, maybe Spaniards that were coming up from Mexico after raping and torturing entire indigenous tribes and ruining entire civilizations and occupying them and turning them into converts forcibly? I added all that, you know, because, I mean, it's true, but I added all that just because I felt it was relevant, just because I felt it was relevant. But like, yeah, dude, Spanish people, San Francisco, like it's words that have existed since those words existed. So your incredulosity at there being two things in 2,000 years named San Francisco that is a place that people live is insane. And I don't know why you were smarter 9 years before this video. I don't know how you were smarter. Is that what brain rot is? Is that what like a brain rotted individual looks like? It's insane. My flabbers are gasted. I can tell you that much. I can tell you that my flabbers have never been more gasted. All right. I don't know if my flabbers are ever going to not be gasted at this point. I think they're permanently stuck in gas mode. But please go on.
Oh, street with no name. That's not the song. But I highly encourage you to go through some of these maps because you're going to find a lot of stuff that surprises you, like entire islands that are just not there anymore, like Friesland, there's Greenland, Iceland, and...
Okay, but also, what about Estadland? And Engrolinant? And Islanda? Oh, that's Iceland. Is that Greenland? Yeah, I guess in Groenland, it could be like Greenland. Sure. But like, you know, I mean, Friesland could be just the Azores, I'm guessing. I don't know. Who cares?
Except
These maps are highly inaccurate.
Is that a secret Illuminati island? I don't know, but I'm going to say yes. Subscribe to my channel. Not that I would ever agree.
Oh, I mean, it kind of feels like you just kind of gave the game away there. It felt like you just kind of like, just screamed the quiet part out loud.
And Friesland. Except Friesland doesn't exist anymore. Is that a secret Illuminati island? I don't know, but I'm going to say yes. Subscribe to my channel. Not that...
Do I believe that this thing is the thing that I'm presenting it as? No, but I'm gonna say that I do so that you can subscribe to my channel. I wonder if he keeps doubling down on this theme. I wonder.
They seem pretty well charted. They mark down cities and towns and provinces, mountain ranges and rivers and lakes and forests. If Tartaria was this big, then they must have had a lot of cultural influence throughout the entire world. And this is why the Mudflood community believes that every city around the world has the same neoclassical architecture. And Tartary wasn't the only world power, and it's hard to tell just how integrated they really were. See, this is what I'm talking about. There's just too much information for me to go through all in one video. I can't even seem to form a coherent line of thought here. I've always enjoyed these alternate reality conspiracy theories. It sort of reminds me of the electric universe model, which isn't really a conspiracy theory. These are the kinds of puzzles I give myself. And usually when I jump into a new conspiracy theory, it doesn't take that long for my brain to just start naturally rejecting what it's hearing because logic and reason take over. But sometimes when I start to try to debunk something, I can't grasp on anything and I just...
Oh. See, what we're seeing here is someone who's like mid-conversion. He has... I think in his past videos, he's been pretty staunch in his stances against mis and disinformation, against the grifters. And over the years, he got so comfortable with the subjects that he was researching that he started having this expectation that it's possible that people are lying about our history or whatever. And it somehow had infected his brain to the point where he actually started questioning the things that he shouldn't have been questioning. Like he knew that we could build a pyramid in this day and age better than the Egyptians did. He knew that. That was a good point. He did videos on all the people that we see people doing videos on now. Before that was ever a concept. And he then does this kind of a weird slide into conspiracy theories himself. And he's saying now that every time, like, the more that he learned about some of these subjects that he, like, was trying to debunk, the less he found to be able to debunk them with. This is the birth of confirmation bias here. Is the birth of cognitive dissonance. Well, I can't find the proof that I'm looking for, so it thus proves my point. It's interesting. It's interesting to see this drastic of a change.
Just keep falling deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole. Sometimes that's because the information you're getting is fake, like the UFO phenomenon. And unfortunately, for those that love the mud flood...
You see what I'm saying? It's because some of the information that you get is fake, like the UFO phenomenon. I guarantee you he's not talking about, like, people saying that they exist.
Theory, there's a good deal of evidence that this is all manufactured as well. But even not knowing what the sources are for some of these things, some of the photos, even not knowing what the context is, it still leaves you with questions. It still leaves you wondering, what the f are these cursed images? The whole concept of ancient aliens actually comes from a string of common stories from cultures all around the world of these people that came and taught them culture and law and technology. And oddly, several of these cultures actually depict these gods very similarly as bearded men that carried little purses and had like a little doodad in their hand. I don't know what that means. I'm betting whatever the purse and the doodad are the same thing as the orb and the scepter. I think that these gods are actually just survivors of Atlantis, and they brought Atlantean technology.
Oh my god, dude!
That Atlantis had accumulated. But I'm having so much trouble trying to fit it all in right now. Like, I don't know if they were trying to rebuild Atlantis. For example, were the pyramids in Mexico already there before the Atlanteans showed back up? Or when they showed up, did they build a brand new style of architecture? Yeah.
None of that. You like, Atlantis didn't exist, man. Fuck. Like, you went straight from like, oh, you know, I'm gonna try and make sure that I have my knowledge in place before I go and debunk these conspiracy theories, to these things are fucking real, Atlantis was real, Tartaria was real, these things are fucking real, and the government's hiding them. Canadians, what's with you Canadians, man? Can we get some Canadians in the chat, please? What's up with you guys? Why are you so easily swayed into radicalism? What is that? What does that? What makes that? How does that happen? You know? Is it being that far up north near the leftovers of French colonies, aka French Canadians, that drives y'all so crazy? Oh,
I'm just having trouble trying to make this whole conspiracy theory work. If the Tartarians,
Although I do like
if they're
maple
the ones that
syrup.
built all the neoclassic, neo-Gothic style architecture, then who built the original
Big fan.
Greek and Roman stuff? Around the time that I started looking into the mud flood, the
And,
movie popped up.
Canadian
And that's when I started to wonder why
comedians
Atlantis is always
from the
depicted as
90s.
Greco-Roman architecture. I mean, yeah, it's dumb
Good
to
stock
assume
you
that
guys
all the
had there.
artists that have ever depicted Atlantis know that they're depicting Atlantis as Greco-Roman. So this is where we integrate the conspiracy theory that we have the historical timeline completely wrong.
Yeah, motherfucker, because that's when it came from. That's when the whole idea of Atlantis was from. Like, that's... What? How are we missing this? How is this about... How are you not... Aren't you... How old are you? Are you old? You're old, I think. Are you not? You have old face.
One book that has like a whole series
should know
of
these
equations you can
things.
use to figure out what the astronomical layout was at the time that the structure was built, or that the events happened, so that you can tell what time period that it was supposed to really happen in. Sir Isaac Newton was actually one of the proponents of this theory, and he believed events like those that happened in the Greco-Roman times happened in more the medieval era. Some people, they like to add around 1,000 years. I only really have like two heroes in science, and that's Nikola Tesla and Sir Isaac Newton.
What's that? What's
There's a
happening?
few different theories about how the history timeline got screwed up, and there's so many different places that they could have added time. If you stretch time out, I guess it would be sort of like a stick of gum. It would break in a bunch of different places, but there wouldn't be one chunk that had the most stretch. That's a bad metaphor. But some time periods in their entirety are questionable. Like the Dark Ages, there's so little written history for the Dark Ages that it's possible they just never happened. And I mean, all of England's history around the time that Rome supposedly left is really questionable. That's why their history is replaced with the story of freaking King Arthur and the Round Table. That's fiction. That's not real. But that's their history. There's a lot of competing theories to how this time was changed, but the most commonly used argument was that Pope
What?
Sylvester II and Emperor Ottoman III...
Do people believe in the King Arthur stuff? Like that it actually literally happened? Is that a thing in the UK?
Glad I remembered that. They teamed up and basically added years to history so that they could say that they were the rulers at the turn of the millennium into the year 1000. One of the theories is that the entire Roman Empire is a lie, and that it's a giant cover-up to explain missing Tartaria history, missing history for other empires and nations and kingdoms that are gone now. But that's a hard pill to swallow because there is so much written history and archaeological evidence that Rome existed. So, sorry that I can't really buy into that one, guys. What I can believe, though, is that Rome had this technology. So if Greece is in the Middle Ages, then how does it really fit in? Where's that architecture come from? According to the stories of Plato, some guy told Socrates that his grandfather went to Egypt a long time ago, and a priest told him about an ancient Egyptian empire, and that's how we know about Atlantis. The Egyptians supposedly came from an ancient island chain known as Hyperborea. These were the people that supposedly built the pyramids all across the world. This story's kind of a riddle. In fact, the entire oral tradition of verbally telling stories of history is kind of a game, and we've totally lost the context of how to translate it. The story also includes...
You could just also assume that Hyperborea is fictional as well. You don't have to be like, oh, since this is new to me, I'm just going to accept that it's true.
Subtle subliminal hints that are supposed to subvert a listener's critical thinking skills. For example, the fact that Plato added 3 degrees of separation and then a great deal of time to the story. You'd think that that would make the story less believable, but subconsciously it actually makes it more believable. Believe it or not, hearing that the story came from a wise old man makes it seem more credible, because wise old men are credible, even though they haven't even demonstrated that this wise old man even exists. Historians believe that Plato concocted the story as a way to inspire the Greeks, because it's about coming together and rising up against...
So this is exactly the kind of guy that would get converted by a Christian, because he's just gullible. I don't... Why all of a sudden when you hear these things, you think that, oh, well, now that I've heard this perspective on it, I don't think it's easy to be debunked anymore, therefore I now believe it entirely. Interesting how I came to that conclusion. Perhaps I was, I guess, looking to belong to some, I don't know, organized body of people who believe a thing.
Against adversity, and about how
I
arrogance
feel socially
end up sinking you in the end.
cast.
It's hard to tell because the entire art form of oral history tells
In cast.
So the story that
I feel like an in
of
cast.
another empire that followed up afterwards and then was struck down by lightning. I wonder, that's supposed to be Babylon? And Babylon,
Am I blurry?
the Tower of Babel is always depicted.
Am I high or am I
well,
blurry?
Maybe the Greeks were actually just
Both.
using old
I
Babylonian
think probably both.
technology. Anyways, I know this was a weird video. I didn't really debunk anything. I like to be as skeptical of this stuff as possible, but really I need.
See, I told you, we are here in his mid conversion to full-on woo-woo, weird conspiracy, supernatural stuff believer. Like I said, it's such a weird. It's a 180 turn from exactly where he was just a few years before this. Crazy.
Need to set this up for you, otherwise the whole rest of the series won't make any sense. Part 2 is going to be really good, though. That's probably going to be my favorite video in the series. I'm going to be going into Nikola Tesla, his Tesla Tower technology, what he was trying to do with that. And not that I want to say I'm smarter than Tesla or anything, but I figured out what he was doing wrong. The technology that Tesla was using to draw atmospheric energy out of the sky, which is a real thing. I'm going to be going into all the science of that. I'm going to demonstrate how Tesla's design was kind of...
So now, not only do we now believe in some conspiracy theories, but now we're smarter than Nikola Tesla was. Forgetting that you have the power of hindsight, I think that's a wild claim. But all right.
Backwards. He had this idea of providing free energy to the entire planet, but the main thing that we need to see is if Tesla's concept
and then the government
free
took him
energy
out.
Could work within the domed buildings. Yeah, you could
At
fit
the
a
behest
Tesla tower
of
inside.
his rival, Alexander Graham Bell, was it? No, it was Tesla and... Was it Graham? No, it wasn't Graham Bell. It was Tesla and... Oh, the light bulb guy. Who was it? Tesla and the light bulb guy. But yeah, it was due to a rivalry, and that guy had more ties to the government contracts and shit. And there was some company that wanted the technology, so they came in and got it. If you believe the conspiracy theories.
One of these domed buildings, but is that something that they actually?
But also,
was this free
there's a
energy
conspiracy
real
theory
thing?
that he was dating a pigeon.
If there's one thing that I might accidentally convince you of in this series, it'll be the free energy thing. Because even I'm almost convinced.
You choose what to
being
believe.
Convinced that our ancestors had free energy, and we can't see it. Well, I can, because I'm a genius. I'm gonna wake you idiots up too. Everyone will see what I see. I'm really looking forward to seeing how you guys react to the series. I hope you have fun with each other, debating in the comments.
I feel like he's serious. I feel like he's serious when he says that. I don't, because you can tell when I'm joking. You know, I may be dry, but not that dry. I'm not. Dry has a different meaning for kids these days. I think that means like you're boring. But that dry means people can't tell when you're joking. It means that you say things in a deadpan manner. Sorry if you were using headphones, because that was probably not a fun mic bump. No, please. I want to go back to his main page. There we go. All right. So now we've looked at his most popular and his oldest. Let's take a look at one of the latest videos. All right. I doubt this is gonna be a good one. Oh, here we go. Ghosts are real. Proving ghosts are real. Nobody can do that, so let's see what this genius man, who is a self-proclaimed genius, let's see what he can do that any of the scientific community can't do.
Yes.
Did these people prove that there's an afterlife? In the 1990s, in the village of Skull in Norfolk, England, a group of researchers set out to prove that ghosts exist. And they claim that they've communicated directly with ghosts hundreds of times in the process. This group conducted a ton of different experiments. They recorded ghosts talking on cassette. They had ghosts reveal their faces on undeveloped film.
Some films contained images of faces, apparently in various stages of formation.
They pointed a camcorder at a television screen and recorded ghosts in the static.
And aimed it into a pair of mirrors so that it could see only its own viewfinder.
Spirit faces.
I mean, pareidolia is a thing. Pareidolia can account for quite a lot of that. But also, you could just be taking pictures of people. You can just take a picture of a person, and then it could be subject to any number of anomalies on film. It's not a perfect medium, especially in the old days. It was especially prone to anomalies and just like artifacts on film. Like, you reused a lot of photo paper. Like, come on, man. It's been debunked over and over and over again. And this video is how old? 1 month ago. 1 month old. And he's rehashing these. This is like from the 90s. And this is what the Armored Skeptic is posting. That's the name of the channel, Armored Skeptic.
These were coming towards us.
They had ghosts teleport historical objects into the room.
People would see, and especially here, these objects apparently materialize out of nowhere and then fall.
Apparently materialized everywhere.
Interacted with ghosts who
apparently they even materialized on the tip of my penis.
Directly and moved objects and furniture in the room.
So the hand went round behind me and it tapped me on the shoulder, and then I saw it moving down and again floating over the table.
And the research.
I love that they had to put the word simulation there.
Out of nowhere and then fall onto the floor or the table.
They physically interact.
Hold on, guys. I don't know if you're aware, but it appears as though this is a simulation. So don't start freaking out. All right? Don't start running for the hills. Don't start calling your neighborhood psychic to come and cleanse your house. This is just a simulation. You are safe.
With ghosts who touched them directly and moved objects and furniture in the room.
So the hand went round behind me and it tapped me on the shoulder.
Don't worry, this is also just a simulation. We've determined beyond a shadow of a doubt by looking at the word on the screen that this is a simulation. Do not freak out. All right? Johan. I'm sure that you're out there somewhere freaking out. Yes, Johan. I almost said Mohan.
And then I saw it moving down and again floating over.
This is also a simulation.
And the researchers even had real-time conversations with ghosts using modified radio equipment.
Manu, are you there? Yes. Hello.
Now again, the Armored Skeptic is saying that they had real conversations. Not they did, but that these people had real conversations with ghosts. So we're throwing skeptic. We're throwing the word skeptic just kind of way out there into left field and just letting us determine whatever we want that definition to be. It's loose. It's goose. It's obtuse.
Back in the 90s, the material coming out of the Skull experiments was epic. A lot of people considered the Skull experiments to be the best evidence for ghosts on the planet. I can't even tell you how many times I got goosebumps while watching some of their footage back when I was young. But things changed when I grew up. Now that I'm an adult, I can't help but see how manipulative the researchers really were. But could the Skull...
Okay. A little hint of his previous skeptic self. Good. We're getting into the better direction here. The dial is moving away from why are you like this into, okay, maybe you're not as bad as I thought. Good job so far. Let's see if we can keep that upswing going.
Will experiments be real? Has this team of researchers actually managed to communicate with ghosts? Have they proven that any of this is true? Or even that they're telling the truth? Or...
A real skeptic after this would say no. You know, experts would say no. Scientists would say no. There's no scientific basis for this to be true. That's what a skeptic would say, so... Again, we're on the right track. Let's hope that he keeps that upward swing.
Is this just a group of hoaxers with a shared delusion? I love ghosts. I love talking about ghosts. I love hunting ghosts. I love trying to talk to...
So not only did he ask those questions as if, trying to leave the thread hanging, suggesting that the answer is yes, that all those things are real, but now he's saying that he loves ghosts and he loves hunting for ghosts. Not exactly a thing a skeptic would do, unless to debunk them, but that doesn't seem to be his goal. He says he loves ghosts.
Ghosts. I love exploring haunted locations. I love listening to research about.
And now we're just taking the word haunted and we're placing it onto a sentence as if people should just implicitly believe that places can be haunted, as if ghosts are real now. You're just confirming that you implicitly believe that ghosts are real, thus not being a skeptic about this.
Ghosts, and I love consuming content about ghosts. I am the target audience for the media and the research that came out of the skull experiments.
I won't lie. I won't deny you there. I will not disagree with you. Because yes, you are the exact target audience.
It's people like me that they're trying to convince, because it's people like me who want to believe that ghosts are real. So when...
Yeah. And then you get convinced. And then you're just gone. And then you're going to buy whatever bullshit they want to sell you. But you realize that. You realize that as it's happening, and you're not doing anything to stop it, you're like, they've definitely proved that ghosts are real. You've got my vote. And I know you brainwashed me into doing it, but gosh darn it, I'm just so happy where I'm at.
Someone like me tells you that the skull experiments...
The cipher dilemma.
...feel like an obvious hoax, then you know that they're totally failing at proving any of their evidence. The core group...
They're all hoaxes. There's no levels of degrees to hoaxes. They're all hoaxes. There's no like, well, that's a small hoax. I think I can still believe in that thing. They're all hoaxes. Everything's a hoax. If someone, unless they are presenting you with tangible, testable evidence, then it's a hoax. You cannot just trust people at their word when it comes to things like this because there's a financial incentive to lie. Y'all. Howdy, partner.
Conducting the skull experiments were really more of a club of ghost enthusiasts who hung out on a regular basis. This was really just a group of friends who were equally interested in trying to communicate with ghosts, more or less. I'm not even really sure if they originally set out to even prove any of this to the public, but the group did release a huge paper documenting everything that they've done in all of their sessions from the beginning, explaining the experiments that they ran, the ghosts that they talked to, the evidence that they found, etc. Robin and Sandra Foy were the original creators of the skull group. They're a married couple that was simply fascinated with ghosts, and they employed the assistance
and then came up with a plan to make a bunch of money.
Of two mediums to help them communicate with ghosts, Diana and Alan Benet. So this was all started by
not mediums. That's again more bullshit. Bullshit artists tend to like attract each other, and it's better working as a group if you're a snake oil salesman because they circle the wagons. It's like the nomads of the Romanian areas. You know, the tribes that people get very insular in that are known for openly. Robbing people sometimes in the old days.
Two couples, not scientists, not professional researchers, just two couples who love ghosts. The way that their sessions worked was that
and want to make money.
Skull group would sit around a table in a perfectly dark room, and basically they were holding seances.
Same shit that people have been doing for fucking centuries.
The way people used to back in the Victorian era. All of their earliest meetings were super basic.
And hundreds of years
Essentially,
before that,
the ghosts would only ever really just speak through the mediums at first. Robin and Sandra would summon ghosts, and they would ask to speak to ghosts. And then Diana and Alan would speak as the ghosts. They would allow the ghosts to answer their questions through them.
I hope you all enjoyed.
Right, no, then they would put on a performance that was seemingly convincing to the people around that would enable them to believe that they were channeling the spirits. It's not actually a channeling a ghost.
Your experience will all take something away of the spirit of these experiments and the love that we all feel for you.
Good evening. Good afternoon. Talk free. And this will help enormously. As Mr. Robin was saying, you must what was he saying? Whatever it was he was saying, you must do it.
So already, right from the beginning, all of this feels pretty sketchy. But over time, the group grew larger and their experiments became more complex as their meetings evolved. As far as I can tell, all of the members of the original skull group believed that ghosts were real, and they genuinely believed that they actually were speaking to ghosts. They all appear to be true believers. But as much as the group has been glorified by the ghost communities and supernatural communities around the world, the skull researchers never really seemed too concerned with actually proving to the rest of the world that any of their evidence was real. They're happy to show off their evidence and brag about their experiences, but they didn't do basic due diligence to prove to anybody that what they're saying is true, that they're not lying about their evidence or they're not lying about how they set up their experiments. If the school group was ever actually trying to prove to the rest of the world that ghosts are real, then they've done an absolutely terrible job of it. Maybe everything that they documented was real. Maybe they actually did communicate directly with ghosts. The problem is that if the school group really did experience ghosts and they really did communicate with ghosts, then they didn't actually document that evidence in such a way that can prove it to anybody outside of their seance room. So unless you were in that room with them, it's essentially impossible to observe any of their evidence in such a way that demonstrates definitive proof. And the stuff we can observe, well, there's no way of knowing for sure that they didn't manufacture that evidence themselves. They could have just faked everything. And this whole thing kind of just became a show. It evolved into a public performance. Because after the school group got good at getting ghosts to appear to them in the room and teleport objects into the room and speak on various audio equipment, the school group started charging people money to attend these sessions. And they repeated all of these supernatural occurrences for...
Right. Are you putting those into quotes because you actually are skeptical, or are you putting those into quotes just to appease people who might push back on you for falling hook, line, and sinker into this?
A paying audience of true believers. And this is the first major thing that brings the credibility of the school experiments into question, because how are you going to imply that this is scientific research if you're charging people money so that they can witness the evidence for themselves? You have to pay for a ticket to see their research. They called their sessions experiments when in reality it was really just
dial moving a little bit
back. Their paying customers to join them in this perfectly dark room. They weren't allowed to record anything themselves. No cameras or recording equipment of any kind were allowed in this room. And then the ghosts would perform different tricks for the audience for shock and awe. This doesn't sound very honest, and it sure as hell doesn't sound like experiments. So yeah, no cameras were allowed in this room at all. We get some audio from some of the sessions, so we can actually hear some of the live reactions of the paying customers in these sessions. So clearly the people were seeing something happen, but there's essentially no photo or video evidence at all. Most of the visuals that you can find from these experiments online are just animations and recreations designed to mimic what the witnesses claimed to see. I don't like that at all. In my mind, by refusing to record or photograph their sessions at all, they're essentially hiding the truth about what was actually happening in that room. If these sessions are real, like the school group claims they are, then why not just record the sessions? Why not film them? I feel like by trying to hide their ghosts, in reality they're just hiding the tricks that they were using to create.
But see, he's still holding out hope that they're gonna do like things in good faith. He's not like, oh, these guys are definitely scamming. Dial a little bit more back in the other direction.
There's
the bad
a documentary
direction
about these experiments that you can still find on YouTube. In total, it's a little over 3 hours long, but over 2 hours of this documentary is just members of the school group simply talking. They're recalling their experiences. They don't bring proof or evidence to these interviews. They just talk. They're just describing things that they witness.
Okay, so still kind of skeptical.
As it were,
Cool.
The
Good.
hand was sufficiently visible in the light for me to see the fingernails.
We just had lights galore. There were hundreds of them.
Shooting star.
Like fireworks. And then it would go up to the rafters of the garage and come down and thunk hard like a big rock hitting the table and then disappear.
Now again, maybe these things really happened. I don't know. But how the hell are we supposed to believe?
So like a glow-in-the-dark bouncy ball?
That these stories are true.
The table is indeed levitating. The table, levitated, was turned on its side and began to spin very rapidly.
You can do that with a rig.
They're just stories. They're stories that are being told by people that we have no reason to trust. Why are we supposed to believe these witnesses?
Then suddenly a light would start to do a tap dance on the table, bouncing up and down on the table, and you could hear it click as it rebounded from the table. And suddenly it went pop,
went through the table, and came out the other side.
It's just a lot of, trust me, bro, I was there. I hate this kind of thing. Like, I want to believe that this is true. I want to believe that ghosts are real, but all of the people that are involved in the school experiments are just refusing to give me what I need. They're refusing to even create evidence, let alone show us the proof. Everything about this just screams, don't look behind the curtain to me.
And I commented to the medium, I said, oh, I can see a disembodied hand. And she said, it's not disembodied. This was Mrs. Bradshaw, who was speaking through one of the mediums. And I said, you mean there's an invisible body attached? And she said, precisely. And then she said, would you like it to touch you? And I said, yes. So she said, well, ask it. So I said, hand, will you touch me? And so the hand went round behind me and it tapped me on the shoulder.
I had the presence, the physical presence.
Yeah,
of my mother,
the person
my father,
who was
my
in
sister,
the black
and so on,
morph suit
standing
behind them in
all of
that
whom
dark
I was
room
able
went
to hold
behind
and
him
embrace, carry out
and touched his
witnessed it
shoulder.
so many times, it just becomes a normal thing.
How the hell are we supposed to take this seriously? These people literally just sound like they're making this all up. And even if certain...
But do you see the difference between this and what I would call actual skepticism is that he's assuming that this field is real, that ghost hunting is real and that ghosts are real and all this kind of stuff, but these particular people were faking. I don't know if that's the direction that I would be going as a skeptic, but to each their own, you know?
Witnesses are not making this up. How are we supposed to believe that they even have the wherewithal to be able to tell if they're being lied to, if what they're witnessing is true or not?
Do you see what I'm saying? He's like, well, you know, how is it that it's possible that this one might be the one that's not real, as opposed to saying that the whole thing is just a bunch of BS artists.
For all we know, these people were just duped by magic tricks. The Skull Group claims that they've invited independent researchers and investigators to audit their sessions.
The Skull Group allowed more investigators to scrutinize their sessions. These included leading scientists from several disciplines, even a professional magician.
But those outside researchers...
Come on, man. Even a professional magician? Someone who, like, openly scams people? Not like scamming. See, that's, I think, where it falls into entertainment. And where, like, that's more of you're paying for the experience kind of thing, because they're not trying to help you find dead loved ones. They're not trying to help you contact, you know, people that you wronged and you're just trying to absolve yourself or something like that. They're not doing any of that shit. Like, they're actually just doing magic tricks that most people know are just gadgets or made up. Like, they're just tricks of fancy. They're just entertainment. That's I think, a little bit more justifiable. But how can that be a reputable expert on anything related to ghosts? How is a magician a reputable expert on ghosts? Just because of the word magician? Because you're injecting your own biases onto that term? Fucking weird, man.
Researchers weren't really objective observers or even skeptics. I mean, one of the guys that they invited to audit their sessions was a professor.
Yeah, true bro. True brosif. You've got me back on your side temporarily.
Which sounds pretty credible, but this guy was also the head of a psychical research group that investigates supernatural phenomenon, so he's hardly objective. They invited all sorts of different psychics and mediums to join them in these sessions as well. And again, maybe their evidence is real, maybe the experiences they had were genuine and they truly believe them, but how are we supposed to believe psychics and mediums when we know that they already believe that these sorts of things are true? Mediums especially haven't...
No, also, it's not necessarily just that. It's that but see, like you said, that they know that they're true. This is what I'm saying, man. You're going back into the wackadoo section of the dial. I don't remember which direction it was, but you're going back in the wackadoo direction, okay? Going back in the wackadoo. Don't go back in the wackadoo direction. Go back in the direction I want you to go, into reasonable, back into the skeptic direction. Okay? It's not real. And it's more so that they're scamming people. It's more so that they're lying to people. What's up, Ghost? How's it going? So yeah, I guess ghosts are real. But like, you're trying to prove whether or not ghosts are real. You're not accepting that they're real and then saying, gosh, are these guys lying about their encounters with real ghosts? Maybe. No! They're all lying about it.
In trying to prove to people that ghosts are real.
Or at least the people who are doing this as a service, who are collecting money for it.
Because if ghosts are real, then their ability to communicate with ghosts is real. You get it? But if ghosts aren't real, and you can't communicate with ghosts, well, that makes a medium seem kind of silly. Because their whole thing is that they talk to ghosts. The point is that these were not even remotely objective.
This guy lost his mind a few years back. I remember the days. I only became familiar of him because he popped up on my feed, I think a few days ago. And I was like, oh, it's one of those conspiracy theorists. And I saw a comment that was talking about how far he fell. And then I was like, oh shit, apparently he actually used to be pretty reasonable.
Observers. Why not invite skeptics and scholars and professional researchers? Just let them come in and complain that they don't believe anything that they're seeing is true. How would that hurt you in any way if you know that what you're doing is real? If you know that the ghosts you're conjuring are real? Again, it's like they're trying to hide something. It's more like they're trying to...
He used to debunk crazy theories. Yeah, one of his, earlier in the stream, we looked at one of his first videos. And he was talking like kind of rapid fire about like debunking something. Like it was a bunch of conspiracy theories about, I think, Atlantis and pyramids and stuff like that. And he was like, nope, actually, yada, yada, yada. And then he was like very quick about it. Yeah, Oliver Tree, I wasn't familiar with the artist, but it's tragic that any person in the public eye has to die suddenly like that. You know?
Protect a product than it is that they're trying to reveal a truth about reality to the world. It feels like the Skull Group was just trying to create a perception about ghosts for a community of people who already believe in ghosts. The outside observers that they did invite to these groups really just more served as like an advertisement than they did as any kind of true critic of the Skull Group. It's kind of like when Disney does an early screening of a Star Wars film and the only influencers that they invite to watch it are diehard Star Wars fans that have never said anything negative about Star Wars. It's obvious that Disney is just trying to hype up their product. This has nothing to do with the business allowing the public to hear
I think it had something to do with Shoe on Head, who he used to date. Oh. They broke up and he lost his marbles. Yeah, I mean, she's like weird and alt-right, or Christian now, right? Like, isn't she... She's got some pretty shitty takes, I believe. This is what I hear down the pipeline.
Objective opinions about their...
You know, because all of us atheists talk, all of us lefties talk. We're all having secret meetings in the basements of pizza parlors where we drink adrenochrome. You know, were reptilians, actually, too. I don't know if you knew that.
Product so that they can come to their own conclusions before deciding to pay their own money. And this has everything
We're all
to do with the business
communists
wanting
and
to create a
reptilians.
perception about their product so that they can hype it up. I think that the biggest red flag in the Skull experiments, though, is their success rate. It turns out that every single one of their sessions had some level of success. Every single session was successful. Every single time that the group met,
I mean, if
they
they're
were able to
experts,
either communicate directly with a ghost,
right?
they were able to
If
get
they're
some sort of
experts,
an
then they're
apparition
probably
to
going to
appear to them.
contact a ghost
They
or
were able to
two.
get objects to teleport into
Right.
the room, or they were able to get the ghosts to move objects around in the room or touch people in the room. Every single time. That kind of success rate in the ghost community.
Dude, like, have you ever been in a dark room before? Like, have you ever been in a dark room? Have you ever worn a morph suit? You know that people can go around, like, they do it on, like, puppet shows and shit, like, in theater companies where people will wear, like, all black, and they'll just be, like, these stagehands doing these things, moving, like, the sets and stuff, and you, if you're immersed enough, you never see them. They don't even register in your mind because you're just paying attention to what's going on. Like the fucking ghost in the room. So if a person wearing all black goes and like touches you briefly when the lights are out, when you're trying to talk to a ghost, big quotes on that one, then, you know, it might be a scam. It might be a scam that you're a part of, that you're participating in. I don't know why I have any credibility while my dude is here fucking shaking his hips behind me. Well, on the vertical he is. On the horizontal he's all the way across the screen, but you get what I'm saying. I feel like this lowers my credibility. I feel like this takes my credibility away a little bit. But god damn does he know how to dance. I will say that. All right. What is this? What is this supposed to be? Piano music? Why are we listening to piano music? What is this playlist? How did it get onto like the K-pop type whatever this is? What do we want? We want something to pump us up or something to slow us down? What do you suppose the vibe is? What is today's vibe? It's supposed to be, what, 77 degrees? 77 degrees, not too hot, not too cold. It's supposed to be pretty nice out there, it's supposed to be nice and sunny. Is it the kind of day where you would listen to something to pump you up? Or would you listen to something to kind of like just kind of walk down the street to with your head held high, you know, look with your sunglasses looking up into the sky? I don't know that this fulfills that. This is more of like a pump you up kind of thing. We're here to pump you up.
Is unheard of. I've watched ghost content my entire life. I've even made some ghost videos of my own, and I can tell you that a 100% success rate in ghost hunting is impossible. The only time that you get success rates like that...
I feel like you were kind of always primed for this. I feel like you were kind of just always waiting for the opportunity to become a full-on conspiracy theorist. I think that's... If I gotta diagnose you, I am not a professional. I ain't help. Alright? But I'd say you were always primed for this. I would say that you were ready to become immersed in the conspiracy.
Is when the ghost hunters are lying or blowing their evidence out of proportion to make it look like they're ghost hunters.
All ghost hunters are lying. All ghost hunters are lying. If anyone who says that they can produce results that prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that ghosts exist, or that they can produce any evidence that ghosts exist, is lying. Currently, like we do not currently have any evidence that is a thing.
Successful than it really was. And even when you do get
if I may do a Trump hand
gesture,
gesture,
real, or if you're interpreting it correctly, it could just be background noise, or maybe it's just
with his tiny
like,
hands.
You know, the kinds of people who claim to get evidence every single time they set out are the hosts of ghost hunting shows. People like Zach Baggins are the only ones dumb enough to say that they find ghosts every single time, and it's because they have financial incentive to say that they find ghosts because they literally have a program that depends on their audience.
And then he says something that makes me agree with him. What is happening? This is the right thing, but you have it in the wrong way.
Thinking that they're witnessing ghosts. That's how they justify the existence of their program. So if the Skull Group is getting evidence every single time, that's probably just so that they can justify charging money to attend their sessions.
This is all in service to real ghost hunters. That's what he's saying. He's saying that there are real ghost hunters, and that this stuff, this fake stuff that he's now covering, that he's covering right now, is what ruins the reputation of real ghost hunters. Because he wants ghosts to be real.
The Skoll group had financial incentive to create the perception that they were getting 100% success rates in all of their sessions. And this is the main reason why I feel that the Skoll experiments cannot be trusted.
That's
Either
the
Skoll
entire
group was
field,
unnaturally
man.
successful in their ability to conjure up ghosts, and they were some kind of wizards, or the Skoll experiments were really just more of a magic show that they were putting on to amaze people who already believed in ghosts. Some smoke and mirrors to amaze people who wanted to believe that what they were witnessing was real. So what were these experiments exactly? There were a litany of results that this group was getting that seem impressive. A lot of circumstantial evidence and eyewitness testimony of lights flying around the room. Ghosts
Why
appearing
alien?
to the group.
Why
ghosts
is
touching
an
people in the
alien
room
there?
and moving objects in the room, and most commonly ghosts.
Why was an alien there? Why was an alien there? What was the point of that? Why would you put an alien there? Don't do that. That's not what we're talking about right now. We're not don't have to bring aliens into this. There's nothing to do with fucking aliens. It was never part of this. And they're just there now. It's just there. That's what the ghost looked like? Did the ghost look like a South Park Gray? I'm gonna go pee. Enjoy the dancing. I'm gonna get more water too. You better believe it. You better believe it. Oh. Also, guys, if you're just watching, please do stick around for a bit. It really helps with the getting discovered, and it helps with the watch time and all that kind of stuff. The most useful thing you can do is comment, share, talk in the chat, all that kind of shit. But even if you just want to leave it on, that's fine too. That is okay. If you're a lurker, I see you, or I don't see you. I don't see you. We never saw each other. We never saw each other. We don't know each other. I don't know that you're there. But feel free to lurk.
Talking to people. I'm sure that if I had witnessed any of this myself, I'd be pretty amazed. I would have loved to have sat in on some of their sessions to experience this. But the problem is that none of the people who actually attended any of those sessions was able to prove to the outside world that anything that they had witnessed in those rooms was actually happening, that any of it was real. And even if they could have convinced us that
no one can.
What they had witnessed, there are a ton
Zero
of
people
explanations.
can. As far as I know, 0 people in history who have claimed to know beyond a shadow of a doubt that ghosts exist have been able to provide evidence as such. That's why we collectively are like, well, they don't exist yet. We don't know that they exist because we haven't been able to find proof that they exist, so therefore we cannot collectively all believe that they exist. And on and on and on.
For how those things could have happened. Just because somebody who paid money to sit in on one of those sessions says that they saw a ghost, that doesn't mean that there was actually a real ghost.
It was an amazing experience.
We actually saw the spirits, and that's got to be positive evidence for survival.
We do live on after death. They certainly proved that to us that night.
They could have either been...
See, that's like broken-hearted ladies who had trauma and who lost people. You know, like, that's just all they did. Like, they had trauma and they lost people close to them, and they want to believe that, like, life exists after death because it gives them comfort. Not because it actually does, and I don't think that they really have the evidence or the proof to support that claim. And they're just trying to fill a hole in their heart, you know? That's pretty much all it does, you know?
Mistaken about what they saw, or the ghost could have been fake. A magic trick.
Still, you're taking your lame liberal victory lap. Victory over
and
what?
The voices that they heard could have come from speakers that were hidden in the walls, or maybe the organizers themselves had devices on them that were able to do these things. Or maybe the organizers themselves were the ones talking, pretending to be ghosts.
That's a weird stance
and
for
maybe the furniture had mechanisms attached to them that were able to make them move around on command. Maybe the table was rigged with a device that could lift it off of the ground. Or again, maybe it was the organizers themselves that was moving the furniture around. It was in a
very
room,
much
so there's
rigged
no
with
way
a
of knowing.
device.
There are a ton of
Very
reasons to be
much.
skeptical of these stories. All
Very
the really
much.
gave us were stories, and stories could be wrong, stories can be lies, or stories can just be misinterpretations of what actually happened. Maybe these people were wrong about what they thought they witnessed. But there are a few examples of interesting...
There's definitely, like, there's malicious... there's people who are malicious about believing that ghosts are real, and then there's people who are just ignorant. And ignorance isn't always malicious, but, you know, maliciousness can take advantage of ignorance. And, like, so people will often say that they truly believe that they see that ghost, or that they've seen a ghost, or that ghosts are real, or whatever claim they're making. People can truly believe those things, the claims that they're making. But then also there's just as many people out there who are going to go to them and say, well, if you truly believe that this is happening, then I can prove it for you. We'll write a bunch of grant proposals, we'll get a bunch of money, and then I'll take that money, ... and then I'll put it towards research. You know, they're taking advantage of these people who are maybe either like have money to spend, or who just have enough time in their lives to take to just try and prove the ghosts are real. And they fund these projects that these people then, like, it's like drop shipping scams. It's like that kind of thing. Rug pulls. You know, you offer a service that you can't potentially, or you can't ever deliver on. You can't prove that ghosts are real unless some new technology is developed. And I don't see groups of people doing that. I don't see like a bunch of disparate groups, agencies that all have their own financial incentive for scamming people doing that, coming together and doing all that. So it is going to just remain a scam. And there's no incentive to change that. There's every incentive to keep it the way that it is. Not very skeptical of you, I'm going to say.
Evidence that did come out of the skull experiments, stuff that did see the light of day and that was shown to the public. So what kind of things actually happened in these skull experiments? What kind of things were happening that they actually chose to reveal to the public? One of the most interesting results that they got was when they were playing around with photography film. Sometimes they would take photos and they managed to get...
Photography film? Just film? I feel like you didn't proofread that.
Images of faces. That's something that a lot of ghost hunters used to do back in the day.
We heard the camera moving round over our heads, clicking and being wound on by spirit.
In total darkness. So that in reality...
Or, and here's a wild suggestion, but perhaps it was being used by a person who was wearing all black in a completely pitch dark room? Potentially?
Nothing should have showed up on the film when the film was developed.
I mean, if it's a scam that's involving people who have started a business that are doing this scam, then there's every reason to believe that they would have, like, maybe partners who are in on it, or workers, who, like, employees who would help them with these things, like assistants, like a magician has an assistant sort of thing, you know? Maybe there's someone whose job it is to gather information for your cold reading sessions. Well, that would then be hot reading, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not that outside the realm of belief that they would be able to find a person who's willing to scam people with them. Again, they tend to attract each other.
They're amazing pictures.
There are specific types of historical cameras that are particularly good at picking up ghosts, but as far as I can tell, the skull...
What? What do you mean? there are historical cameras that are particularly good at picking up ghosts? How do you know? How do you know that what you're seeing in the picture isn't just an artifact or pareidolia? How do you know? You're given a picture from like the 1800s with no context whatsoever, and they say, hey, that looks like a ghost, doesn't it? Well, no shit. Well, no fucking shit. No fucking shit. Anomalies on film, which are notorious, by the way, for happening. Yeah, they look like a fucking ghost. Yeah, blurs look like a ghost. Yes, things, bugs in front of the camera can sometimes look like ghosts. Wrinkles in a sheet can look like a ghost. Come on, man. Historical cameras are better at picking up ghosts. Skeptic my ass. Skeptic my left testicles.
The whole group used 35mm film, which was standard film in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. But the most impressive experiment...
Oh, you don't even mean like...
...was that they would take a brand new...
Schmierblats. You mean like you don't even mean like Ansel Adams type cameras. You mean like Nikons, like from the 70s and 80s. Those historical cameras were so much better at picking up ghosts on film, you know, it's on photography film. What other type of film is there? Movie film, camera film. Yeah, those are all the same thing, more or less. I mean, like there's small differences, but pretty much the same.
An open film. They would lock it inside of a box, and then they would hold a seance around the box, asking ghosts to reveal things onto the film. And then after the session, they would go to develop the film, and it would reveal a whole bunch of different images or writing on the film that was supposedly...
Oh, you mean that they used basic photography tricks when developing the film themselves to, Or it looks like they were just using like prisms and mirrors and shit. Like they had the phone inside of a goddamn kaleidoscope. Not that hard to fake. Not that hard to fake.
Created by ghosts. Some of the film had short sentences and phrases written on it, and some of them looked like they had like entire manifestos written on them or something. Again, maybe this was real. Maybe
you know, perhaps maybe written by a person. Is it weird to believe that people could also take pictures and then have them developed on a roll of film? I don't think it's that weird. I'm a fucking Satan, weak, powerless, and stupid shit demonic mentality. What? Why are you saying that that's what you are? Do you have a humiliation kink?
actually were imprinting these images onto the film. I guess that I don't know that that's impossible, but I feel like it's more likely that this too was a magic trick.
I mean, my audience can already figure it's not possible at the moment. I mean, I'm sure, like, no, I mean, you can't just manifest that shit onto film. Like, that's not what's happening, man. People are scamming. That's all. People are scamming.
Like this could have been done. I feel like it's pretty obvious that at any point during this process, a member of the Skull group could have just pulled the film out and exposed those images onto the film themselves, rolled the film back up, and then just made it look like it was still factory sealed.
I'm 100% certain.
Why do you keep fucking saying things I agree with? Yes, but why are you presenting this like it's some outlier? Like, oh, this is, hey guys, if you believe in ghosts, this is the one agency that really gives them a bad name. It really gives all that entire scientific field a bad name, you know, like if you want to prove that ghosts are real, then you gotta join me in ousting these guys because they're the bad eggs. Forgetting, of course, that the entire fucking field is scams. Nobody who's, again, goddamn, I don't know why I have to keep repeating that. Nobody who says that they have proof that ghosts exist has ever been able to provide any comprehensive or convincing evidence to that end. Like, it
The film I selected
that just
was the
hasn't
same film
happened
that
yet.
was returned to me at the end of the session.
In my mind, it's easier to put a fake factory seal on a roll of film than it is to actually get ghosts to reveal images on a roll of film, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe they were holding a seance on one roll of film, and then it would get swapped out with another roll of film that already had those images on it. The problem is, without any objective outside observers or objective third-party members that were sitting in on these sessions, there's no way of knowing that the Skull Group wasn't tampering with this film themselves to get the results that they wanted. Like, the Skull Group can write in their documents all they want that they didn't tamper with the film, that they didn't tamper with any of their experiments, but we have no reason to believe
I don't know why you're applying this to just one entity, one group of people, as opposed to the entire
They're told to
field
set up a
of
video
ghost
camera
hunting.
in the darkened cellar and aim it into a pair of mirrors so that it could see only its own viewfinder.
Spirit faces were coming towards us.
So the camera was essentially filming a repeated image of itself. Either way, over the television, they managed to get a lot of really cool visuals. The group claims that the
This is a joke, right? That has to be a joke. Please tell me this is a joke. Why? Why? Why?
ghosts were somehow revealing themselves over the television screen. I don't really understand how.
Those
I
aren't
guess that I can't
ghosts.
debunk this, but equally I don't think that the group could prove that they didn't alter or...
You can't debunk it? Sir. What? It's paper cutouts of aliens.
influence these images in some way. Again, these could be real images of actual ghosts. I don't know. But the problem that I have with this is that the Skull Group claimed multiple times that they had...
Why are you just throwing your entire premise out the window then? You're a skeptic. A skeptic, right? Isn't that what you're supposed to be doing? You're supposed to be offering ways to debunk these things.
Ghosts appear to them in person in the room. So if they really wanted to film ghosts, then why did they rig up this convoluted setup with a television screen? Why didn't they just film the ghosts that appeared to them in person?
Yeah.
What were you thinking?
See what I mean? Like, it's really, to him, it's more egregious that this one group is doing the wrong thing. And like, he's like, you know, you could have just used your camera and just filmed the ghost. Like, why didn't you do that? Are you scamming people or something? Fucking, just start with the whole fucking field. Everybody's scamming people. Everybody who claims to be able to hunt ghosts is fucking scamming people, man. The whole entire field is corrupt. It's all rotten. Straight to the core.
Like, this is what I mean. The Skull Group would jump through all these hoops to come up with a complicated way of getting
This
these
is not
images
like
when they
a
could have just
disgrace
filmed the
to
things that they were
real
seeing with
ghost
their own
hunters.
eyes. Like, the whole
That's
thing
not
makes
a
no
thing.
sense. Either way, most of these images that they did collect are probably just
Good,
pareidolia,
sir.
random imagery that sort of just looks like a human face. We'll never know because they never allowed independent researchers and skeptics to monitor these experiments. We just have to trust them that they're telling the truth.
It's not that you'll never know. It's that it's very clearly fake. Really simple. It's not real evidence because if it was real, that's a bigger financial boon to the person who captures the footage than it would be to just hide away somewhere. Never let it see the light of day. Oh, well, I'm afraid the government's going to come for me. No, you're going to make fucking stacks, bruh. You need to ride that wave.
And as for the physical objects that were teleporting into the room...
And you'd probably win the Nobel Prize or some shit.
I call total bullshit on that whole thing. Obviously, members of the Skull Group were just smuggling these items into the room, hiding them in their pockets or something, and then dropping them on the table or dropping them on the floor when it was dramatically appropriate to do so during the session. I don't know anybody that believes that was real. I guess that some people do, but I don't understand how. There's just no way.
That means you still got smart people who you confer with. I would hope that you allow them to realign you in some way very soon.
If convincing me that the organizers were not the ones that were doing this. The most convincing experiments that they ran, though, were their real-time conversations with ghosts over old-timey radios.
Manu, are you there?
Oh, what? You mean you can't hook a fucking phone speaker up to or you can't hook your phone up to a fucking speaker? There's no way that you can make a phone signal, which at this time would have been on a fucking landline, no doubt. There's no way that you can make that come out through an old-time radio speaker? Even amidst some static, perhaps? Maybe it has, you know, the ability to have different tracks or like something digital or even easier in the digital age. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just do that? Because I'm pretty sure you can. You could probably just put the receiver inside where the speaker goes and just have that be the speaker and like just rig it up like that. These people, like, they didn't come up with like really intricate puzzle box worthy designs. These are not fucking Archimedes or Leonardo da Vinci. None of these guys are like that. They just put things in other things and make them look like they're haunted. That's really all it is.
Yes. Hello, madam. Thank you, madam.
We would like to ask the question of the appearance of your space.
Can you tell something about school?
That's not just a radio? That's not just a two-way radio? I mean, they've got a bunch of like wires and shit hooked up to it, and there's a mic right there. Like, are you sure that it's not just a speaking set?
Thank you. Will the work progress? Certainly. We wish to know more with respect.
The Skull Group claimed that these radios were in an isolated location and they were in a room that was lined with...
Of course they claim that.
Cage, which would make it impossible for radio
Of course they
signals to enter the
claim
room.
that.
Yet they were somehow able to pick up the voices of ghosts and communicate.
Oh my, yeah, okay, all right, listen, here's the table, here's your radio, here's your Faraday cage. You really can just put a wire up underneath the table and feed it up into there and still get the speaker to work. That doesn't require a wireless signal. It's wired. You make the space into the scam itself, and then that's how you perpetuate the scam. That's how you make it look real, because it's so insane that someone is going to like pick up the radio and try to inspect it. You know, it's just like such a thing that is outside of social norms that nobody's gonna go and fucking do it. So they're just gonna assume that you're telling the truth because they have no reason to believe that you're lying, especially when you're trying to tell them the thing that they fucking want to hear. Like ghosts exist, like they can contact their loved ones. What's up, Helmet? Welcome back. Poltergeist was a crazy documentary.
With them directly. Somehow these
it happened to
Craig
T. Nelson, the man.
They should not have been able to pick up a signal at all. This kind of thing is really creepy, and it tends to give people goosebumps. I know that I enjoy hearing it for the first time. But there are a lot of ways that you can get a signal to a radio, or that you can get some sort of sound.
Who was haunted by some poltergeists,
even if that radio
and a little girl named Carol Ann.
The Skull Group could have just rigged these radios directly up to a microphone or some sort of audio equipment, and had somebody talking through the radio as if they were a ghost.
Fucking Christ! You see what I'm saying? He's saying the thing that I was saying, but again, it's just to prove that these guys aren't real ghost hunters. That's his biggest gripe, is that they're giving real ghost hunters a bad name.
Speaking from beyond. Again, we weren't there, and there weren't any objective outside observers or skeptics to make sure that everybody was telling the truth about this radio setup. We just had to take their word for it that these radios were not hooked up to anything and that they couldn't pick up a signal. But why would we? Like, it's fun, but it's probably just a living person speaking through the radio using a microphone. Yeah. This is probably not a ghost. Now, as for the ghosts or the apparitions that people claimed that they saw appear to them in the room, the floating hand or the lights flying around, all of that could have been done with projectors, laser pointers. Hell, it could have even been done with hidden flashlights. And we're just taking these people's word for it that the ghosts actually touched them. How do we know that it was ghosts that touched them, and it wasn't just some member of the Skull Group doing it in the darkness? These are all just stories, and stories are fun, but stories are not facts. The world is filled with hucksters and con artists who are willing to make their customers feel like they're special, or that they're experiencing something special. And
I worked with a guy who married Craig T. Nelson's niece, so cool. He said he was mad about royalties from Coach, and you were never allowed to mention the show in front of him. What the fuck? First thing I would ever say to the man if I saw him in person would be, "Hey, Coach."
Charge them money for that experience. I don't want to say that it's a fact that
and he'd probably be like, no, don't mention that. And I'd be like,
it feels like the Skull Group was using the idea of these experiments being experiments as a framing device to give their show, to give their performance some credibility.
I'm gonna
do
sell
it to their audience that it's a real thing they're doing as a scientific endeavor, when in reality, it could have just been a magic show. I think that it's pretty obvious that if any of this was real, if the Skull experiments were truly a scientific endeavor, then they would have tried a lot harder to convince skeptics that it was real. They would have invited a lot more skeptics to sit in their sessions and criticize their techniques. The way that their master document made it look is as if the Skull Society was able to be scientific about this is because I love those things. I want
so here's his qualifier.
The reason I spend so much time debunking those things and obsessing with those things is because I love those things. I want so badly to believe that ghosts and Bigfoot and Mothman and aliens and UFOs are real. And I want to find definitive proof that I can use to prove to myself that those things are real. I want to know the truth so badly. But all of the people who claim that they finally found the
No, that's not what you said. That's not what you said. You said you want to know the truth so badly, but you literally just said that you want more than anything for something to prove that they're real. That's completely different. You want to confirm your bias and then you say you want to find the truth. To you, the truth is confirming your bias. That's that's corrupted already. Your search for the truth is now corrupted. You're gonna have to reset that. You're gonna have to uninstall it. You have to find it again on that app store for life goals, and then you're gonna have to re-download it. And you may have to make a new account. All right, you may have to make a new account. It's that kind of thing.
Evidence that proves that those things are real always fail so terribly at convincing me. They're not proving to me that they're being objective in the way that they're running their experiments, or that they're not lying
Right, so you're
about
just
the
waiting
results.
to be
They don't have
convinced.
confirmation
You're
from objective
agnostic
third
about it.
parties
You're
who
like,
sat in on their
you're
experiments and
primed.
proved that they were being honest about their process. Hell, most of the time all they really have are stories and eyewitness testimony, which is fun, but it's useless. But tell me what you think. Were the Skull experiments valid? Were they actually communicating with ghosts? Is any of their evidence worth believing? Are ghosts real and spirit communication is actually possible? Or do you think that things like the Skull group only really just make a mockery of people who are actually trying to prove that ghosts are real?
He just reinforced my point. You see what I'm saying? It's not about all of this field being complete bullshit and all people who claim they can talk to ghosts or snake oil salesmen. It's just these people. Not very skeptical of you. That's not a skeptic. Isn't someone who wants to believe in a thing who then searches for a way to confirm their bias. That's not what a skeptic is. A skeptic is someone who looks at the evidence, is unconvinced, goes and finds more about the evidence, is unconvinced, tries to then communicate what they feel is unconvincing to others. That is what a skeptic is. They then, you can present evidence that might convince them of something. That's totally possible. It's not just a lost cause. But I feel like he's slipping. To put it nicely, he's been slipping.
After decades of begging for alien disclosure, and after years of the government teasing us that they have information about aliens and UFOs, the White House has finally released their evidence that they have for aliens and UFOs. Or at least...
Which, as we saw earlier on a different stream, was... one of them was like a targeting laser. There was like some kind of light thing that was following where they were looking on the ground. And it looked like a thing was racing along with them, just not... It wasn't a thing. The other was a parachute with a flare on it. Very, very easy to debunk all of the stuff that has come out on the UAP phenomena shit. And they're just trickling just bullshit. Whatever isn't, possibly, or whatever isn't fake could possibly be AI. And it's just, they're muddying the waters even more for anyone who could potentially have real evidence. No one's ever going to believe it now. That's all what like the idea behind disclosure was. The actual aliens are in control of the Earth, and they're like the direction that humans go, and they're actively trying to get the focus to not be on revealing the existence of aliens by shotgunning spurious accounts out there and making it so unbelievable because there are so many people who are unhinged that are claiming it's real. That is what's happening.
That's what it looks like they're trying to do.
Gosh darn aliens.
Or maybe that's just what they're trying to
How
make
dare
it look
they
like they're
control
doing.
our
Here's one of the videos that they
entire
released.
existence.
Have you seen this one yet? How about this? Did you see this video?
That was the flare that I was
But they're trying to make it look like they're doing. Here's one of the videos that
That's
they
the
released.
flare. People initially, when they were looking at it, they thought that they were looking dead on something, like horizontally. But what we're actually doing is looking up. We're looking up at this is either a test of the flare, or this is a deployment of some supplies somewhere or something. But it is very clearly just a flare.
Released. Have you seen this one yet? How about this? Did you see this video that they released?
That could also be a flare, but I don't think we looked in depth at this one. I didn't watch the whole
Or this
thing.
photo. Have you
Could be a boat too.
seen this? These were all in the...
And what the fuck was the photo? What the fuck? That's not a photo!
Have you seen this one yet? How about this? Did you see this video that they released? Or this photo?
That's a photo? That's a photograph? Of a person. If it's of anything, that's of a person. What is alien about that? What?
Have you seen this? These were all
that
in
was
the
it's a
official
fucking
Pentagon
balloon,
release.
you
I know that
asshole.
this isn't going to come across as a surprise if you've seen any of my other videos about aliens or UFOs,
Christ, dude.
but I'm not impressed. My feelings about aliens and UFOs are so conflicted.
neither.
I love aliens and UFOs, and I hate aliens and UFOs. I think fictional shows like The X-Files are masterpieces, and they make me want to believe in aliens.
It's a
but
photo
I
of a
also
drawing.
think that
Yeah,
every
I mean,
single
could be.
supposedly factual documentary and show
Certainly
about
doesn't look
aliens and
real.
UFOs are a f***ing joke. I'm gonna go into a bit of a rant here, just bear with me. On one hand, I'm clearly obsessed with aliens and UFOs. I've made several videos about the subject. I talk about it constantly. But on the other hand, I clearly take a very strictly skeptical position on the phenomenon. I always say that there's no such thing as aliens, and every single UFO sighting has a logical explanation. And I think that some of my best videos are the ones where I come up with logical theories about how governments and militaries might be lying about UFOs, and also why they're lying. In most of those videos, I argue that the UFOs that people are seeing in the sky are probably usually some sort of secret military technology or maybe secret spy technology, and those stories end up getting spun in the media to
Or nothing special. Like, most of the times it's a fucking balloon.
keep us from understanding the truth about what's really going on and why people are seeing UFOs at any given time or location. Maybe aliens exist. I'm not saying that that's impossible. There probably is life out there somewhere in the universe. Even just what we can see in observable space, there are billions of stars that likely have trillions of planets. We statistically cannot be the only planet with life, and I'm willing to bet that there's a pretty good chance that we're not even the only planet that has intelligent life, or maybe even civilization. But have aliens visited the Earth?
Possible?
No. There's absolutely zero solid evidence to prove that that has ever happened. The best way that I can put it is that I am passionately frustrated with the UFO phenomenon. I'm the guy that shows up to all...
Okay. So he definitively said UFO only gets talked about when the government needs to distract us. True. Just distract us from what, Skippy? Whatever could they be trying to distract us from? Whatever could they be trying to hide? What could it be, Skippy? Gosh, what could it be? What would the government be trying to hide from us? What would they be trying to keep out of the public eye?
all the UFO meetings just to complain that all of the evidence is terrible. I want so badly to believe that it's true, that something intelligent, something non-human has been visiting the Earth. Something...
So you're biased. So you're no longer a skeptical. Skeptical? You're no longer a skeptical. I'm sorry that you're no longer a skeptical, my friend.
Has been coming here and interacting with us. How awesome would that be? And it's such an important part of the human zeitgeist. It's something everybody talks about. Even people that don't believe in aliens usually still love the idea of it. I mean, how cool would it be to find out that Earth and humanity are not all that there is to the universe?
There is a list. There is a list. And 0 arrests. Well, Prince Andrew was stripped of all of his titles, right? Now he's on home arrest, I guess. Right? Home jail? He's on his sprawling estate, and he no longer has any claim to any royalty, I think, but he really should just be in jail. Like, just straight up jail. You know. Real jail. Actual jail, where PDF files are supposed to go. The jail, like real jail. You know? I just feel like it's appropriate for a person like that. And everyone who's on that list.
The universe is more than just us. But all of the evidence that we're given about the UFO phenomenon in the mainstream is elusive. They never give us anything solid or concrete that we can hold on to. And that even goes for the leaders of the disclosure movement. The disclosure movement is kind of new relative to the UFO community. I think that they started somewhere around 2013, 2015, somewhere in that range. But the disclosure movement has more or less taken over the entire narrative of the UFO community. And they tend to be the ones that the mainstream presents to us whenever the subject of UFOs or aliens comes up. But the way that these disclosure guys operate is...
Did he just say the mainstream? Like the mainstream media, perhaps?
Pretty much always the same. They might show us some pictures and videos, but all they ever really do is tell us stories. They never show us any of the physical evidence that they claim that they hold, or any physical evidence that they claim that they've seen themselves. They don't even show us any of these top secret documents that they've claimed that they've read, or any of the photos or the evidence that they claim that they've been shown by insiders.
True.
And that's one of the weirdest parts of these disclosure guys' persona, is that a lot of them, it seems like they've actually been invited into closed-door meetings with government and military officials. They've been shown things and told things that are not accessible to the general public, but they're not allowed to take any of that stuff outside of the meeting. And it feels like the military's entire game there is to pump up the ego of these disclosure guys to make them feel like they're special, but they never actually give them anything that the public can use. These guys are really just being propped up to manipulate public discussion and perception around UFOs. I talked about this in my Tom DeLonge video, but most of these guys are too egotistical to even consider that they're being fed false information about UFOs and aliens.
As soon as I got this confirmation that he has these 10 high-level witnesses, and all these people are involved, and I'm thinking, I've seen this before. In fact, I've seen this many times before. Everybody always said Bill Moore hoaxed all this sort of stuff. Bill Moore may have been taken for a ride, but Bill Moore wasn't lying. He did have the sources, just like Tom DeLonge. They were feeding him this material. Somebody comes to you and say, I'm from the government, and I'm here to help you, and I'm your friend. And they all have a number of things in common. The number one thing they have is they have massive egos. And that's how they hook them. The guy says, I'm whatever, from Offutt Air Force Base, Office of Naval Intelligence. You're the only guy who knows what you're talking about. And Bill says, yeah, that's true. And that's how they hook him. And it's the same thing. He's got to get permission every time he wants to talk about something. He can't reproduce their material. And they told him, we're going to give you information, and we're going to give you disinformation, and it's up to you to figure out which is which, and separate the wheat from the chaff. And of course, if you're an egotistical guy, you're going to say, oh, I can do that, no problem. And that's a mistake that Bill Moore made. So when you talk to Tom DeLonge and say, oh, you're being used. No, I'm not being used. No. These guys are my friends. Bill Moore will say the same thing.
They clearly feel very special that they're being let in on this special information.
It's like a variation on the Havana syndrome thing, like where it's like just the big disinformation campaigns, conditioning by like turning people into patsies and fall guys, useful idiots.
But they never question why they're not allowed to show any of that information to their own audiences, why they're only allowed to just talk about it and repeat the things that they're being told. Whenever governments talk about UFOs in public, they usually position themselves as the interrogators in this scenario where they're trying to find the truth. They're never positioned as the disclosers who are giving us the truth. It's always some other department that knows the truth. There's some other military branch that has the physical evidence.
DOD.
So the officials that are actually willing to talk about
DOD,
UFOs in public,
the
they don't know. They're
CIA,
just here
you're gonna have to
asking
talk
questions.
to one of
And the
those,
people who supposedly do.
I don't know. We can't disclose anything because I don't know anything, You know how it is? I know. Because I saw the aliens. Oh, shit. They're right there. They're right there.
Do know the truth about these subjects? They're nowhere to be found during these discussions. They just keep the idea of aliens in our imaginations by talking about it as if it's real or it could be real. And it's as if they're insisting that we consider this to all be true, even though they too never show us any definitive proof. And then the leaders of the UFO community go on to act as if the very fact that the government is even talking about it or that the news is running segments on it is in and of itself proof that aliens are real. The game is simple. They can...
But that's all of them. That's everywhere. It's not, there's no real legitimate, UFO hunters. Like, Grush is a piece of shit. Corbell is a piece of shit. Fucking Bob Lazar is a piece of shit. Jalen Hynek was a piece of shit, man. Phil Hines a piece of shit. Fucking Nick Redfern's a piece of shit. There, Tsoukalos, George Tsoukalos, he's literally the only person so far who has said, put up or shut up. Just put the evidence out there or we're all done with you. Just put the evidence out there or your word means nothing. He's the fucking aliens guy. It was aliens guy is the only one who's actually championing, everyone being like, stop fucking speculating and just put the fucking evidence out there if you have it. If not, go and concentrate on other fucking things. The country has way more to worry about than fucking aliens. George Tsoukalos, of all goddamn people,
continue to talk about aliens and UFOs
the
as if
voice
they're
of
real.
reason
They
in the
insist
room.
that there are people that know this for a fact and that information is somehow leaked into the public, but they just never show us any proof.
How?
I'm tired of the game. I'm tired of being spun in
How did we
circles
get to this
over and
point?
over again.
How did we,
I don't even understand how people in the UFO
universe
community have
just
managed
went,
to maintain their belief in UFOs for this
and
long.
just,
How
flipped
are
right
you not
over.
frustrated by this? Governments and militaries only seem to ever just drip feed us
Crazy,
just
my
enough
friend.
information to
It's
keep the
crazy.
discussion going and to keep us thinking about it, but then they just stop short of ever actually showing us any evidence or proof to keep it solidified in our imaginations. They always stop short of actually demonstrating that it's...
Well, no, because they don't have any, because there's none that actually exists. And I think what the truth is that everyone's currently saying would break the minds of people everywhere. Do you think there might be some actual xenomorph-like creature out in space? Why not? Why not? Infinite possibilities. There's every chance. I forgot what I was saying. But you get me,
seem to ever just drip feed us just enough information to keep the discussion going and to keep us thinking about it.
They don't have any. There's no proof. Oh, the thing that it might be disturbing to everyone, the thing that might be really break the minds of everybody if they knew about it, is probably just that there's no aliens out there and people have been lying to us about there being aliens, or at least they don't have any evidence, and that they've been lying about this all to perpetuate, covering up or at least obscuring the optics of the war in Iran, or obscuring the optics of the Epstein files, or obscuring the optics of all these things that we really should be talking about, like how to take care of our actual citizens at home, that kind of thing. Maybe that might break the minds of the supporters of all these people, but they're not the world. My mind is more broken that PDF files run our government and that aliens exist than that aliens exist. Yeah, no, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. I think, you know, it would be great if we could do this simultaneously, but for some reason, I guess our government can only handle one thing at a time while they're injecting white erasure or whitewashing of history into our textbooks and school systems and social media programs. Pretty weird. It's pretty weird. They said that we were going after their children. It's very strange. JD Vance is the only alien that exists on this planet, but Just Dance Vance is a cultural phenomenon. All right. I will say that he did inspire one of the better rhythmic champions of the YouTube short scene.
But then they just stop short of ever actually showing us any evidence or proof to keep it solidified in our imaginations. They always stop short of actually demonstrating that it's real. And then the leaders in the UFO community can only ever insist that they have inside sources and that we should trust that these anonymous...
The Burchett is one of those people who's like, I don't want men in girls' bathrooms. You're always trying to put men in girls' bathrooms and you're trying to put litter boxes in the schoolyards. Why are you trying to put litter boxes in the classrooms? Aliens exist. We need to disclose that the aliens exist. It's all about aliens. Aliens now. And he didn't even have to be convinced. He didn't have to be like, oh, well, we're trying to cover up the Epstein files, so you're going to have to go out and say a bunch of shit about aliens. He's always been on this track. He's always been all about the aliens. Always. Big fan of the aliens. Ted Todd Burchett.
Miss whistleblowers know what they're talking about.
Are we sure that she's not an alien? She looks like the chassis of a robot, and the cat probably drives her around. Are they not? Why aren't they looking inside the house for the call on this one? That's mean. But am I wrong?
Even though we have no idea who most of these people are, and we can't verify that they actually had the clearance to know these things in the first place. Don't think about it, just trust these stories and trust these sources. It was told to me by a friend of mine. Even the disclosure movement and their famous UFO advocates like Dr. Stephen Greer and Jeremy Corbell pretty much only ever just tell us fancy stories, while insisting that they know the truth.
Both grifters. Both grifters. I don't know what to tell you on that one. They're both grifters.
And that they've seen things with their own eyes, even though they too have never actually presented any real evidence. It's just stories. Stephen Greer is the worst for this. They'll build him up like he's about to expose something big, then he'll start his talk off like he's about to drop some major truth on us, but then he'll spend an entire hour talking about things that people have told him and never show us a single piece of evidence. It's as if they think that because they believe that these stories are true, that we should believe that the stories are true.
But they're not outliers. They are the movement. They are the entire field of study.
It's confusing. I mean, I guess there was that one time when Stephen Greer took out a group of people to the beach to watch UFOs out in the ocean, but people were pretty easily able to debunk that as flares.
Whoa. Please photograph. Yeah, all cameras should be filming.
Come on, man. Is that not obvious? Is that, like, so inexplicable nobody's ever seen flares?
So connect to them in your consciousness and invite them here.
I'm sorry, what? Was that just a throwaway line? Let's hope that's not just a throwaway, because he just fucking said to connect to your consciousness with them.
These are the golden ones I talked about. Let's welcome their beings on board to join us in meditation.
Some clever internet sleuths were even able to find the flight path of the plane that probably dropped these flares too. I can't stand this, and I can't be the only one that gets frustrated.
You didn't want to say anything about that? You didn't want to say anything about the weird thing that he just said? He just said, connect to them with your consciousness and invite them here to meditate. What? We're inviting aliens to meditate? If you're just joining, please like the video. It really helps.
Frustrated by this. Please tell me other people are getting frustrated. How has there not been a big division in the UFO community over stuff like this? I'm
trying to bump that viewer count up as high as possible.
For evidence, and I know that there have to be other people in the UFO community that feel the same
way.
Let's
say, if we get 20 viewers
in
at
the
once,
UFO community and the disclosure community have managed to keep their grift going for so long like this, constantly teasing us with the promise of evidence without ever actually delivering anything meaningful. At the end of the day, the UFO phenomenon always just comes across as a fancy magic trick, or maybe even a distraction. They show us videos that they say they think might be real
real aliens.
I
And then
can't
they
think of
always
something
put
that
it
would
to
be
us
an
to decide
appropriate
if we
like
believe it's real or
challenge
not. It's
because
pretty rare that once all the information has been filtered
want
through
to
all
do
the
a lot of
channels, it's been
stuff.
given to somebody that has actual credibility in the UFO community, that they show us
I
something
can't
that they say they
threaten-
know for it.
Shush. I can't threaten to smoke more candy bus because I was already planning to. I can't threaten that like I'll eat a bunch of something because I'm actually really hungry. How about push-ups? No, I'm too fat to do a push-up. I'm not too fat to do a push-up. I'm too fat to do a push-up on camera. All right, you don't need to see that. What would be good? Like what would be? I'll smoke 2 bowls back to back, which would probably make me want to go to sleep. I don't know. What's a good incentive? There's nothing I can actually do. My dog's sleeping, or else I would try to like entice y'all with, you know, oh, I'll show off my dog, I'll show off my pup. But no, see, that's cheap. That's cheap. I don't want to do this cheaply. Okay, I want to do it organically, naturally. All right, I don't want to be cheap. I don't want to be just offering pictures of, or not pictures. I don't want to be offering footage of my pup. All right, she's very cute, but you know, this is not for her exploitation. All right, it's for my own. Okay.
For a fact is a UFO.
Yeah, I can't come up with a good incentive. I don't have any money to give away,
This
so I
happened
can't like
recently
buy
with Louis
something to do
Elizondo,
a
where he
giveaway.
showed us a picture that he says
I don't have
for
any
sure is a
coupon codes or
UFO,
anything like
and then pretty
that.
much within 24 hours, the internet was absolutely saturated
I'm boring,
with people
man.
debunking that claim.
I'm a
So
boring
usually what they do
old
is show us
man.
photos and videos that they say they think might be UFOs or aliens, and then they always leave it up to us to decide if we think that aliens are real. They leave it up to us to decide if we think what we're seeing is a true depiction of an actual alien UFO.
No, they know that you believe they're real. Like, don't get them wrong. Like, they absolutely know that you believe that aliens are real, and they know that you're gonna take everything that they give you, and you're either gonna say, God damn, this is garbage, why do they always give us garbage? And then you're just going to not pay attention when the real stuff happens, quote unquote. Or they're gonna give you stuff that could potentially be real and have you do all the, you know, worrying and discovery, and then just like rug pull you at the last minute. By not arresting anyone from the Epstein files.
I mean, Jesus, they've been pushing this UFO thing for what, like 80 years now? Roswell was in 1947 or something, and we're still at the stage where they're asking us to decide whether or not we believe aliens are real? Are you kidding me? And after all these years, the best that we have is people like Louis Elizondo going on CNN and Fox News trying to tell us that he used to run a secret Pentagon department that studied and researched UFOs, and even he never made a definitive statement about the existence of aliens. The best we got from him is that he personally believes that we might not be alone.
My personal belief is that there's very compelling evidence that we may not be alone.
We may not be
Holy
alone.
It's like this
We
is never
may
going to
not
end.
be alone.
And more recently, the American government has held hearings about UFOs.
See, and this guy, the Armored Skeptic, he's like, no, like, we actually are fucking, like, there are aliens. Why aren't they actually giving the proof out? Grays taste like goat. I won't lie, goat's pretty good. I had some goat tacos once. It was, well, I've had them many times, but I remember having them once, and they were very good. It was at a place called Padre Cito in San Francisco,
where they invited all the most famous UFO community figures, and
a pair of the tacos was $8. I never went back there again.
Supposed whistleblowers to share their information about UFOs with the public and Congress. And all that even really came out of that was a bunch of UFO community infighting.
This 12-page document that Michael Schellenberger brought today that describes the Immaculate Constellation.
Oh, Nancy Mace. What a wonderful woman. What a wonderful woman who is totally not a piece of shit.
Government program.
Congress just lied to the American public. Why? Where was the lie? Oh, I submitted the IC document. Ask Schellenberger, he'll tell you. But everybody sat there as they said he did. Why? You should ask yourself that. What? Should be trivial. I didn't think. Yeah, should be trivial. Not.
So there's no real division in the UFO community, at least not yet. But there has been a lot
Corbell.
of drama and infighting within the leadership of the UFO community. It's like the leadership is imploding in on themselves or something. But it doesn't feel like it's coming from anywhere sincere. Most of the infighting is pretty nonsensical. It all just feels like it's part of the distraction, to be honest. Having a bunch of the members of the UFO community jumping around, acting like something is happening, when in reality all they're really doing is squabbling over status and who said what and who disclosed what. By the time Donald Trump promised to release the military's UFO files to the public in February, I'd already given up all hope on getting the truth. At this point, I just have no faith left that anybody with any kind of power or influence is ever going to actually give us the information that we've been
craving for the better part of a century now, especially with the timing. Why would Donald Trump choose to do it now? There are so many more important things going on right now, so many issues that the entire world is dealing with. Teasing us with UFO disclosure now is maybe the worst possible timing ever. I've heard a lot of people express that they feel the same way, and I'm willing to bet that it's because everybody has started to learn the game by now. It always works out the exact same way. They start off by drumming up excitement that something big regarding UFOs is going to be
Yeah, but there's nobody doing it right, man. Like, that's the point. The whole thing is that there's nobody that's doing it the right way. Corbell's not doing it the right way. Like, there's nobody doing it the right way. It's all the wrong things. It's all sensationalism. It's all just them trying to make money off of, at this point, each other, but typically off of you. It's usually them just trying to make money off of your ignorance, off of your gullibility. That's all it is.
Released, and then when the big day finally comes, they pretty much just recycle a bunch of the stuff that we've already seen a million times before, and maybe add a few new extra photos and videos that are obviously fake and are easy to debunk. Things that have logical explanations, and then they don't actually disclose anything that they know for sure. They don't actually tell us any of the information that they have. They just leave us with a whole bunch of new questions, no answers, and then they just leave it up to us to decide if we think that what we're seeing is real. And that's exactly what happened with this latest release. When Donald Trump released his first wave of UFO files, it was exactly that. Old photos that we've seen before, like this one of an alien that was originally posted as an April Fool's.
I was gonna say that is not why. Come on, why would anybody believe that?
Joke in a newspaper, obviously fake. They
My
show us videos
God.
with logical explanations, like this one of a flare that was filled.
Hey, look at that. I was right. It's a flare. See, I was correct. I was right. When this just got released and people were like, oh, it's totally unexplainable. Nobody can come up with an explanation for this fucking thing. Weird. I was able to discern that it was a flare within the first fucking 3 seconds of looking at it. God damn.
Filmed in night vision. And of course, Trump wrote a post that said that he's leaving it up to us to decide what we think. Like, are you serious? I can't. I just can't anymore. Why? It's always been up to us to decide what we think. What the hell are you talking about? When the hell are you going to show us and tell us what's actually going on? When are
that's
you
why they
going
call
to tell
it
us
the court of public
When do
opinion.
you finally
Like,
tell us
that's-
what you know instead of...
Why would you guys in the administration, if I was to be speaking to the government officials at the moment, why the fuck would you say that you want us to make up our own minds? The whole idea behind disclosure and transparency is that you're fucking telling us. You're telling us what the reality is. You're telling us what the truth is. You're not just giving us like fucking nebulous shit and telling us, oh, well, you guys should just make up your own minds, do your own research. That's such a weird like tagline for the right. Why do you just want us to make up our own minds? Aren't you wanting us to come over to your side? Isn't that what you want? You want to sway the vote? You want to sway the voice of the populace?
Just teasing us with promises of releasing things that never pan out. When are these governments going to finally tell us what they think? You've already heard what we think. Tell us what you think. The ones in charge, the ones that have the information.
Agreed.
These disclosures and declassifications
Agreed.
are always so useless. Some of us are not coming to your resources because we just want another thing to think about. We want the truth. We want to know what the source believes. I made a video at the end of 2024 about the media spinning sightings of Chinese technology to make it seem like they're aliens and UFOs. And I explained that this was a similar tactic that the media used during the Cold War. If you've never thought about that before, I definitely recommend you watch that video. Anyways, I
But
then come
then
to
you
find out
can't
that that's
believe
already
any
a
of the
meme
other
in the United
stuff,
States
like-
military. In this video, an aircraft is tracking a mysterious object flying by, and the crew doesn't know what they're looking at. So they, together, at the same time, joke that it's probably a Chinese drone or something.
What the fucking heck is that? Bishop, what is that? I don't know. Chinese.
See, even they know it's not aliens. Even they know that it's more likely that it's just a Chinese drone or something. They said it at the same time.
Chinese.
God, the videos in this latest disclosure are so unserious. But it's kind of like those videos that got released with Tom DeLonge and Louis Elizondo a few years ago.
But I
It's
mean,
as-
honestly, that sounds like an AI generated. Like, you know how they just sound uncanny? That sounds like an AI generated voiceover. Like even when he was saying like, it must be Chinese. Like, who the fuck draws out the end of the word like that? Must be Chinese.
as if the very framing device of the air crews not knowing what they're looking at is proof that they're aliens.
This is a fucking drama, bro. There's a whole fleet of them. What's on the ASA? My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots per west. What do you think, dude?
Because if the air crews don't know what they are, then they must be from outer space. Except that's not how reality works at all. Just because they don't know what they're looking at doesn't necessarily mean that it's not from Earth. It just means they don't know what they're looking at.
That's
See,
it.
why
Anyways,
do you
with
have
that
such
said, the only people
reasonable
left in the UFO
opinions?
community that we
Why do you have such reasonable opinions but such unreasonable biases? It's weird. It's a weird halfway point. It's like he's pseudo-scientifically believing these things. Pseudo. You know, like he's 1/4 of a believer. It's strange. It's very strange. It's like he's mid-fall down the rabbit hole. You know, like that. I've never encountered something like this before. He hasn't quite fallen into it, but he's he's like dangling over the edge of the weirdness, you know, of being totally sucked into this.
Could even be able to trust at all are the whistleblowers. Except, spoiler alert, we can't trust them either.
Right.
I mean, obviously, why would we? I'm just trying to be dramatic here. There's a lot about UFO whistleblowers that we can't trust. First of all, they almost never go to the real media to share what they know. They almost always seem to turn to the exact same disclosure movement people every time, or the same alternative media outlets every time.
Yeah, it's because they all make money together. They all like breed loyalty among each other because they all make money together. They all make appearances together. They all do these podcasts together, and they all pass each other around. You know, it's just a never-ending money carousel. They're trying their best to be the Epstein class, but they're not cool enough to be cool enough. Believe me, cool enough in quotes. Big old fucking quotes. But they're not cool enough to be in the Epstein class. So they just do their own thing. And the only people that actually listen to the things that they have to say, because they don't actually ever offer any new proof to anything, are the same people who are in their same circles, who are already pushing the same shit that them number 2 just presented to them. Same shit. All the same shit. It all just benefits itself.
The best we get is maybe like a Vice News
Ouroboros, if you will.
It's cool, but it's not really all that credible. But these guys will always turn to Linda Moulton Howe, Jeremy Corbell, Stephen Greer, hell, even the Gaia Network.
Interdimensional beings. Are they ghosts? Are they extraterrestrial? What exactly are they? Emery Smith, welcome back.
Thanks, George. And what do they give us? Hard evidence? Proof of any kind? No, they just give us stories.
More stories
that we have no reason to believe are true at all. Like, I can't imagine that being like a member of the intelligence community or something, having something big that I really want to tell the public, and then I go to Gaia for an interview? Are you kidding me? Who the hell's going to take me seriously? If it's that important, why are you going to Gaia? David Grush is one of the latest examples of this. He worked for the Air Force Intelligence Service, and he had a top secret clearance. And according to David, he was fired for believing in UFOs, or for asking too many questions about UFOs, or for knowing too much about UFOs.
According to him, they have, as far as I know, people know like what his military record is, but he hasn't been able to substantiate anything that the Justice Department has denied that he's claimed. So, again, it's just his word against theirs. Just more clueless cuck. It would be nice if you explain what you mean by that. You can't just like say 4 words and expect me to understand what the context is of what you're saying. You know, you're gonna have to write a little more than that. You have to rub those 2 brain cells together and come up with something that's a little more substantial than that. You know, something I can chew on.
And that sounds romantic and everything, but that's not why he was fired. If you look
cuck
into
like
it, he was
Jeremy
actually
Hamblin?
fired for displaying unstable behavior. And I think maybe
He's
even for
quite
accessing
the
things
cuck.
that he
He's
didn't
quite
have
the
clearance
cuck.
for. And if you pay attention to the way that he behaves in his interviews, he really does come across as mildly unstable. I certainly don't trust anything that he says. So yeah, the official explanation from the Air Force is that David Grush demonstrated behavioral issues and that he represented an untrustworthy threat to national security, and he was not fired because of his belief in UFOs. That's what the Air
And I'm gonna take a weird left turn, and I'm gonna stand with the Air Force on that one. I would assume that somebody who's willing to take a grift to the Supreme Court, or at least to a hearing for like the Senate, I would assume that there's some not too good intent behind that, behind that type of behavior.
Air Force said. So it wasn't even because he knew things about UFOs, or that he saw or witnessed or learned things about UFOs.
Yeah, Benny, take me down.
Because he believed in them.
Take me down, Penny. Benny, take me down, Penny.
When you think about it, there's actually a lot that separates one of these UFO whistleblowers
Take down
from,
this
say, a real
dirty,
whistleblower.
filthy
When a real whistleblower comes
fucking
out and blows the
liberal.
lid on information that the government wants to keep secret, or the military wants to keep secret, or stuff that's sensitive or could cause some sort of security issue, or even just something that makes an agency look bad, that whistleblower, at best, has their career and their public reputation completely destroyed. And at worst, that whistleblower has to flee the country and seek asylum somewhere else. They get incarcerated for breaking a security agreement or for treason, or they just end up being found mysteriously unalived a few days before they're supposed to testify under oath or something. I mean, hell, that even happens to corporate whistleblowers. Look what happened to those people from Boeing. And equally
equally crazy stuff happens to researchers and inventors who try to reveal
Now that's
technology
a
that's a threat to
conspiracy
big
theory.
oil, or maybe even people who invent a new technology that just comes a little bit too close to top secret technology that the military is developing. I mean, just look at what happened to those guys that invented cars that run on
Rocket
water.
car?
They just,
Yeah.
those guys.
Or
They didn't even
sorry,
hide that they did it. They just got rid of them. I mean, we all knew that that's exactly what happened, and there was nothing anybody could do about it. Blowing the lid on
car that
something that
ran
the
on
powers that
water.
be want to keep secret is dangerous. Bad things happen to people who reveal real top secret information. But then look what happens to these supposed UFO whistleblowers. Do they have their lives threatened? Do they have their careers destroyed and their public image
Apparently-
tarnished? No. These
Apparently Bob Lazar did. Apparently he got his what was it? His brothel was raided, or his strip club was raided. We all know what goes on at places like that, though. You know, the places that are mostly made out of containers, the places that have mysterious, unconnected upstairs areas, upstairs or side entrances. You know what goes on.
Asps become celebrities. They show up all over the media. Maybe they even get interviewed by CNN and Fox News. They end up in movies or even the Ancient Aliens television show. They speak at endless UFO conventions. Some of them even testify in front of Congress like it's no big deal. Then at the end of the day, they go home feeling safe and sound, wrapped up in their bed sheets like a cozy little bug in a rug. Then they go out and do it all again the next day. They never get threatened. They never have to flee the country. Nothing bad ever happens to them, except maybe they get raided by the FBI or something.
And don't you think that's part of the design? They want them to keep being out. Damn it! Fuck! Shit! Fuck! They want them to keep. They want them to keep going out and discrediting themselves, becoming more and more pariah-like.
And do you know why? Because nothing they're saying is real. Nothing they're disclosing or blowing the whistle on is real. Nothing they're talking about is an actual threat to real top secret programs or technology. They're safe because everything they say is a lie. Like David Brush, he literally had top secret clearance. If he was actually telling the public things that he was not supposed to share, there would be consequences. But he's fine. If he were actually disclosing top secret information,
it's not a lie.
he
You
would have
can't
been
believe
arrested
that.
by now. Like I said, I've spent the
No,
majority
that's
of my YouTube
ignorance.
career
It's not a
insisting
lie.
that
It's
aliens are not
ignorant.
real,
Come
because I simply
on.
cannot believe any of the stories that are coming from these famous UFO figures in the mainstream. But there is still a part of me that believes that it is possible that there might actually be something to this UFO phenomenon. I'm sure some of you are curious what I think could be happening here. What if aliens have actually been interacting with us? What if aliens actually do come from somewhere outside of the Earth? What do I believe about aliens? Based on eyewitness testimony and the videos and photos that people have shared over the years, I think that there are probably hundreds or maybe even thousands of instances where people actually did see something mysterious in our sky. There are accounts that do seem to be somewhat unexplainable. I can't deny the possibility that there might actually be something non-human that's interacting with us. The descriptions of some of these events seem too bizarre to be able to chalk up to simple top secret human technology. If UFOs are real, and if there is some kind of non-human cause behind these UFO sightings, or maybe even a supernatural cause behind UFOs, then we have to consider all possibilities as to what could be going on here. The most likely explanation for UFOs is that this could be something natural, like maybe plasma events that are happening in our atmosphere, or maybe even just a collection of a bunch of different things that we've decided to categorize as UFOs. I mean, even most UFO believers will concede that the
See, and then you get reasonable for a moment. Like, what? What? Why'd you decide all of a sudden to be reasonable? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's a take that I think I've heard before, but yeah, I agree with it.
the vast majority of UFO sightings are just misidentified aircraft or secret military technology, or maybe even drones. I think that the idea that aliens from another planet have been traveling all the way here to Earth is the least likely possibility. To me, that just doesn't make a lot of sense. I guess I can't say that it's impossible. Maybe there is a species out there that has developed the technology to do this, but it just doesn't seem likely that an advanced species has figured out how to travel thousands of light years. And even if they could do that, then the way that they behave when they get here doesn't make any sense. I mean, if they have the technology to travel all the way to Earth from another planet, then how is it possible that we've been able to pick them up on our radars since the 1940s? Wouldn't aliens at least have basic stealth technology? I mean, we figured stealth out in the 80s, for Christ's sake. And how are they traveling all the way to Earth just to end up crash landing in the desert or being captured by humans? I mean, it just seems silly. How are they...
I mean, I guess, like, they could not have estimated that... like, they could have different technology than us, but still more advanced. Like, they might not have figured out how to... I don't know. If math is universal, then it's hard to think that they wouldn't have figured out the same shit that we had, and they just incorporated that into their technology, and then, like, we just haven't found a way to advance our technology past a certain point. But, like, I don't know, I feel like there's probably a few reasons why they would have crashed. Or, like, maybe they thought that because, you know, oceans cover most of our planet, maybe that doesn't happen on their planet. Maybe they thought that that's where we lived, and that's why we see UFOs coming out of the ocean. Like, they don't need stealth, they have cloaking. Yeah, but Brian, but how do you know that? You know, his point is that we can pick them up from pick them up on radar since the 40s. And speed. Well, I mean, yeah. But we don't know what the speed is because we haven't really been able to measure anything other than in that one video. You know, that Navy, or was it Navy pilot that he testified about? Otherwise, we have very few cases where we were able to tell the speed of something. One of the UAPs.
Are they not better at evading detection or avoiding being shot down? And why are they still pretending to not exist? Why are they hiding from us when our militaries have supposedly known that they've existed for decades now and have been actively hunting them down? That especially seems counterintuitive.
There'd be no reason to come here even if they could. I agree.
Here in the first place? What's their purpose on Earth? Are they just studying us? Are they studying the Earth? Are they studying life on Earth? Are they studying humans? Why do they dance around in our skies and put on public displays for people to see? Why are they even letting themselves be seen? Why do they have to be so secretive on one hand, but then on the other hand, they let us see them flying around in the sky? Why are they being so secretive and not communicating with us?
It's
but then
that
they
level
decide to tease us with a little aerial show? And then with alien abductions,
inability
why
to
do aliens
determine
have to act like they're hunting us in the shadows? Finding people in the middle of nowhere
that we
and
have to
taking them
kind
on
of
their
lean
ships
on
like Betty and
for
Barney
this.
Hill, or maybe even picking them up when they're asleep in their beds. I mean, why are they even taking people against their will at all? Think about it. There are probably thousands, if not millions of people who would volunteer to be abducted by aliens. The UFO
Why do they
would
need
be a
stealth
perfect
now?
place to look for volunteers. The second most popular theory about UFOs is that they represent something spiritual, or maybe demonic. Maybe UFOs represent something a little bit more closely related to religion than to science fiction, or whatever it is that they are. They're the things that our ancestors used to talk about in a spiritual way. Maybe every religion is somehow inspired by the events and the experiences surrounding these entities. Maybe these are the things that drive our religious beliefs. This theory makes a lot of sense because the way people have described alien encounters and the abduction phenomenon is really similar to the way some of our ancestors used to talk about interactions with demons or fairies or spirits of different kinds. There are actually several spiritual beliefs that have a decent amount of overlap with the alien phenomenon. Jacques Vallée had a very similar opinion to this. I only just discovered his theory recently, but I've described this exact same thing a few times before. I just didn't realize that Vallée was one of the proponents of this idea. I don't really believe everything that he said. I just think that it's kind of interesting that his theory is so similar to mine. Jacques Vallée said that he doesn't believe UFOs come from another planet, but they must come from some other dimension or plane of existence or something. A place that already has some sort of a connection with the Earth, basically, but outside of what we can observe. Jacques pointed out exactly what I just said, that several different religions throughout history have described very similar things to what we now call the alien phenomenon or the abduction phenomenon. Our ancestors seem to have had very similar experiences, but they processed them differently, and they came up with different ideas about what those things could be. And what they mean. Some call them angels and demons, some call them fairies and wisps, but they all describe their encounters with these things in a very similar way. Even the alien abduction phenomenon is described by some of these other cultures. The most logical explanation for this is that this might just be part of the human psyche. It might be an aspect of the way that our minds work. Maybe the human mind processes...
Yeah, like, foundation of that is we can't even trust that what we see is exactly what what exists in reality. Like, we can't 100% trust our perception. That's just like a baseline thing. Like, we don't know that my face looks the way that it does. We are like, I mean, I guess just through tactile, like, touch and observation, but like, still, you don't know, man. You don't know. There's gaps in our perception, man. It's all kinds of things we don't see.
Certain experiences in a specific way. Some sort of a hallucination that we experience where we think that we're encountering a little gray being with large eyes or something. It's actually a known fact that people can experience an alien abduction under hypnosis, and that this experience feels so real that even when these people are reminded that it was a simulated experience created under hypnosis, these people still believe that aliens are real. They believe that in some way that encounter actually happened. So this either...
No, yeah, I've seen plenty of videos on it. I listened to a bunch of podcasts on that, man. I love that phenomenon. Dark figure in the corner of a room, figure following you in a dark street into in an alleyway, shit, like, it's pretty cool.
Proves that aliens are part of the human collective imagination or part of the collective human psyche somehow, and we just have this disposition to process certain experiences in that way. Or this proves that aliens are not physical. There's something that can only interact with us in the spiritual, or at least mentally. There's something that can only interact with us outside of our physical bodies. Maybe when people see aliens, they're not actually physically seeing an alien.
See, would this count as like skeptical speculation? I don't think so. I don't think that this counts as skeptical. He says that he tries to be like the utmost skeptical about everything, but I just am not feeling it in the commentary. He's starting to like name things that no skeptic would really be suggesting. Like, are they spiritual? What? Are they demonic? Are they like
in front of them? It is a projection of something mental. Maybe when people are getting...
Is it psychological? Is it a projection of our psyche.
Abducted into a UFO, they're not actually physically being lifted, they're spiritually being taken up there. The thing that Valet said that I find the most interesting is his explanation for why the UFO phenomenon has suddenly become so prevalent in the modern era. He thinks that UFOs show up during significant periods in human history or during key points in human development maybe, and their entire purpose is to screw with our heads, to trick us or manipulate us into developing different beliefs about our place in the universe or how the universe works, or maybe they're even trying to manipulate us into developing different spiritual ideas or beliefs. Valet says that he believes that these aliens are doing this to hinder humanity from becoming too powerful, to stop us from developing too much, or to stop us from actually realizing the truth about reality or something. Maybe they're trying to steer us towards a new religious paradigm, or maybe they're trying to steer us away from a paradigm where we
Later he gets into spirit science, which is completely off the wall.
become too powerful or too self-aware, or we're free from their control. The point is that Jacques...
He did videos on spirit science in his earlier work, and that channel is some hippie-woo, hippy-dippy stuff. So it would be interesting if he was actually going to start talking about that, like he supports it, or is in any way believes that it's real or legit.
Jacques Vallée believes that UFOs are maybe just some sort of a party trick that some other type of entity uses in order to manipulate humanity for some purpose. UFOs might be something that they project into our reality to get our attention and convince us to believe that something above us or more advanced than us is doing something important behind the scenes. Like maybe they wanted our ancestors to believe that there are angels or something guiding humanity into some kind of spiritually advanced era. Like maybe aliens created the idea of angels and heaven to create a form of morality and keep humanity in line.
But why? But why? Well, no, I know it's not actually hippie-woo stuff, but it's presented like it's hippie-woo stuff. Like, you can ascend your spirit to a next plane as long as you and your best friend sleep with me. Hey, I believe was one of the things he was accused of. Who they have narrating the channel now? It doesn't sound like him anymore. The guy who started it. I feel like he must have sold it, because I remember he was big into, like, buying and selling shit, so I don't know, maybe it was something he got rid of. What's up, pup? I said, what's up, pup? She doesn't speak English. It's fine, maybe one day.
And I think that the implication that Valet is making by referring to this current era of UFO encounters, or at least what I'm kind of inferring from what he's saying here, is that some kind of massive manipulation is coming, or maybe it's already started.
Please subscribe if you have not already. I'm trying to get to 500 subs.
Paradigm about ourselves and the universe. And what could that be?
Well on our way.
Well, think about it. What is it that everybody thinks that these things are?
You know?
They believe that they are aliens from another planet. I mean, sure, a
nearly
huge chunk of
daily.
the population already believes that it's
At least
possible that there could be aliens living on another planet. But if you factor in all of the religious groups that reject that idea,
regular
you can't
videos are
really
coming
say
up.
that that's something that humanity collectively
They're in
believes.
the pipeline.
And even if it is possible, and we all collectively believe that it was possible, that doesn't make it true. There's no proof that there have actually been aliens from another planet visiting the Earth. But if one day, suddenly, all of humanity collectively agree...
but a skeptic wouldn't then go, well, so then are they religious? Are they angels? Are they fairies? Are they wisps? They wouldn't do that. That's not what a skeptic would do. A skeptic would not. They would like then go to what's possible, you know.
That aliens from another planet have visited the Earth, that changes everything about the old paradigm. We're no longer alone in the universe. We're no longer God's only creation. We're no longer special. If aliens have evolved in another planet somewhere out there in the universe, then that means humanity too has simply randomly evolved here on the walk through space. We're nothing special. We're just random chance.
He's both skeptical and not skeptical.
But it goes deeper than that, because these entities could come out and claim that they were the ones that created us. They could claim that they were the ones that created all of our religions, just to keep us in line and to stop us from acting barbarically. They convinced us that there's a God, so that we would simply stop hurting each other. And they could claim that they've been controlling humanity this entire time.
Too indefinite.
So if we were created by these aliens or genetically manipulated in some way, that makes humanity even less special, and it creates this implication that we're somehow beholden or subservient to these aliens.
Also, I don't know if this is a thing, but I heard that if you hit the Patrick, one of my viewers told me that if you hit the share button, it pushes the video up through the algorithm, and you don't even have to share it. You can just hit cancel right away. But if you hit the share button, that it helps. So that might work too. I don't know. Might as well test it out. Who knows?
I don't believe this. I don't have faith in any of these ideas. But I do think about these things when the idea of aliens comes up. Because even though a lot of people probably will be fine with this idea, they'll probably accept this idea, especially atheists, there are a lot of religious people on Earth that are already predisposed to reject these ideas. In fact, Christianity especially already feels like something like this is coming down the line, that there's a great deception coming, and they're poised to reject this when it comes. So I don't believe it. I just wonder, what if? I wonder about the implications of this.
Yeah, but again, I don't feel like that's a skeptical's point of view. I don't think he'd be coming at me like, but what if? I think he'd be coming at me like, so far, none of the known evidence points to anything conclusive that would prove that any of this is true, the claims that I'm making. So it's pretty understandable that this is no longer a skeptical point of view that you're taking, a skeptical stance, more seemingly biased entirely.
And I wonder, what if there's some kind of truth that has always been hidden from us? And what if there's some sort of an outside influence that's always been manipulating humanity to stop us from realizing that truth? If we're going to consider the possibility that aliens are real, and we're going to consider the possibility that aliens might claim that they created
where's this
us,
coming
then
from?
we also have to consider the possibility that aliens might be evil, and that their only goal is to manipulate us and to control us. Maybe aliens are real, but they don't have our best interest in mind. Maybe aliens will reveal themselves to us one day. But maybe they're going to lie. The point is that if it does turn out one day that aliens are real, I'm not going to just automatically believe what they tell us. If anything, it's more likely that they're going to try to turn us away from the truth. But, you know, it's up to you to decide what you think. Tell me what you think in the comments below, please. Thank you so much to my Patreon.
See what I mean? It's like he's just here's the edge, right? You know, and he's just like right here, and he's like this. He's like that. He's like, the foot hasn't left the edge, but he's clearly gone. There's no saving this man. He's gone. He is gone from the surface. He is nearly off, but his foot hasn't left the thing yet. Somebody, if they dove, they could probably grab his ankle. But it's right there. And then conspiracy is here. And reality is here, it's weird to see that sort of a gradual progression, but he's like just a step away from being full-on conspiracy theorist. I mean, I'm sure he's got plenty of evidence here, but shows he's just kind of like fallen directly in. Quantum clickbait? Is that a thing? Alright, well, whatever. I think that we covered a pretty good amount of stuff on this guy. It is 1:30. Time to start considering dinner, take my dogs on a walk, and then when I get home, I might start streaming again. I don't know. My wife's gone for another couple of days, so I've got just some more time to just kind of hang out and play some games, so that I might as well stream that. But we'll see. I might be a little tipsy by the time I get back, but that might make me want to stream even more. So I don't know. I'm starting a fresh playthrough of Skyrim with only visual mods and I think some mechanic redesigns, so that might be fun. But if you're around then I'll catch you around that time there. And if you haven't subscribed, then I would appreciate it if you did. Thank you much. Why are aliens likely to lie to us? Oh, because we're pets and they don't want to hurt our feelings, is my guess. Anywho, tomorrow we will be back doing the same god-darn thing, unless I feel particularly inclined to go back to Megastore Simulator. We will be covering more alien stuff, perhaps. I will have another thing to cover. There's another guy that I want to talk about, Cabin in the Woods. He's a Bigfoot hunter who takes it very seriously. So I'd love to cover him. Probably tomorrow. That might be a good one for tomorrow's stream. But we'll be starting around 9, same time as usual. And if I don't see you tonight, then I will see you tomorrow morning. And we'll be talking about Bigfoot. Hail yourself and do what thou wilt. Alright? No gods, no masters, all that kind of shit. And have a great day. Smoke cannabis and hug your loved ones and go drink water. Not in that order, just kind of like in general. It's just a smart idea. You know, you should definitely drink water. I think most people should drink water. I think pretty much everyone should drink water. Like more than you think you need. You know, like it's important to hydrate, of course, but water also, like, you know, it helps with your digestion and stuff. It can also help with cravings if you're on a diet or if you're trying to quit smoking or something like that and you get fixated. It's good. It's a good way to curb cravings. You know, they say that when you are, you know, when you're frustrated or when you're, like, you know, mental faculties have been jeopardized, that you can drink water and kind of like bring that back a little bit, you know, kind of like watering yourself as if you were a plant. But people, you know, they're not plants. You know, people aren't plants. They are people. And we're made up of flesh. And there's some bones in there too. There's quite a lot of blood. But we are just full of blood. Like, we are just, like, blood rich. You know, we are juicy. We're juicy beings. And, you know, I think it's okay, because, you know, I don't get poked very often. Phrasing. But, like, you know, I don't have a cause to have that sac punctured. Phrasing. And, you know, I often don't need to put more blood back in my body. It tends to stay in there, so that's nice. But it's, you know, blood's weird. Blood, did you ever eat blood pudding? Obviously not like human blood pudding, like more so like an animal's blood. Like animals, you would typically, like a sheep. You know, I think cow blood pudding is a thing, but I'm not sure if I'm just making that up. It's gotta be a thing. Cow blood pudding has to be a thing. I would refuse to believe that it's not a thing. But, like, you know, you set it like a jelly. You UK people know what I'm talking about. But, like, if there's like a loaf pan that you can put it in, it's really good, actually. If you would mix it with, like, so I tend to go more like Spanish when I cook. Like, I tend to go more like Spanish modern, you know, nouveau bullshit, hoity-toity, fancy. And so I would make like some nice rice, and I would like mix it, you know, really pure rice, and just mix it with the blood, and you would get it all absorbed in, and then you'd and congeal it a little bit over a low heat, and then you'd set that in like a loaf pan. And I'd probably, you know, I'd make like a mosaic type of pattern in it by putting like a torchon down the middle, like random bits and bobs and vegetables and things like that. So when you cut it, the cross section is like kind of like stained glass sort of thing. It's pretty cool. They're called force meats. I always like that term. You know, it sounds weird. Force meats, like you're forcing meat through a tube or something, which is actually, that's pretty much any charcuterie is also known as a force meat. You know, I think that's kind of an antiquated way of describing like stuff. It comes from old school hospitalities, like in hotels and stuff. And it's like I think it's just the way of being unique. It's their way of being like, oh, you know, we want hotels and restaurants to sound like we're doing something unique. So instead of saying we're making sausage, which at the time was a commercial thing and a homestead thing, instead of saying we're making sausage, we're going to be like, oh, it is false meat. Oh, it's false meat. Oh, what's force meat? False meat is a fancy charcuterie we prepare for you. I don't know why he's French. I don't know why he is offensively French. That's just where my mind went when I was thinking of charcuterie. I don't know. I don't know. But after you set the blood pudding, you know, you give it a little cook, just a little bit enough. Like, it's not, you kind of want to steam it most of all. Like, I don't know that I would want to like put an aggressive form of heat, like roasting or anything like that onto it. Like it's or unless there was a water bath involved. You know, like if you had a nice water bath, you like cook it very slowly. Maybe. But it's still, if you congeal it too much, it'll fall apart. That's why you put rice in there, some kind of like binder. But everything else I'd put in there would be like, you know, a torchon. Like there'd be extra liver, so there'd be fat in there to connect it all together. Then like maybe only one vegetable, maybe like just some pickled carrot or some shit to break it up a little bit, you know? There's a lot of fat in there. A lot of fat in that dish. But then when you pop it out, you cut it. Got a nice little cross section of some delicious foods there. You know, everybody likes delicious foods. And then you put it on some crackers and shit. Or you spread it on some bread or what? You just eat it as is. You know, who gives a shit? But people like blood pudding in the morning. That's like a UK breakfast item sort of thing. But I think it's kind of passé at this point. I think people usually, you know, they eat much more varied things these days in the UK. They're not too into a full English every morning, you know, though I wouldn't turn it down. I don't know. It's like a kg, right? A near kg of breakfast in total. Like that's a lot of food. And it's not just like starch and carbohydrates. It's like fats, carbohydrates, starch, dairy, everything. It's got all the different food groups in one plate. And so there's no reason that you would need anything else. But that's a lot of food, man. It's a lot of food to eat in one sitting. But you know, sometimes you got to pack it in. You got to pack those calories on. You got to pack it in so you can work that day. You got to work that day. You got to make the living. You know what I mean? Jelly bean. But the biggest meal I ever had probably would have been I think maybe a 14-course sushi dinner I had in Las Vegas. Place called Kabuto. It was fucking delicious. I think it was 12 to 14 courses, and I think each one came with either a sake or a wine pairing. The meal was just too expensive. I looking back on it, I definitely don't think that I would have spent that money these days. But holy magolies. The food was so good. It was a blur of dishes. They all came out. You know, we were there for maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours, because they had 3 seatings that night, and they were very prompt about getting you in the door, served, and out the door. But it was a lot of courses, so you inevitably had to sit for a while, and so they were just really warm and cordial and talking about the history of the fish and talking about the dishes that we were about to eat and stuff like that. It was really, really cool and educational, and I loved it. And it cost way too much, but it was in a strip mall in Las Vegas. And they only let like 12 people in at a time, and we were the first seating, so everything's like fresh, and it was insane. It was good. It was delicious. It was the best meal I had in Las Vegas, and we ate like, I know that like the people aren't like, oh, the best food ever is in Las Vegas, but I can make an argument that yes, it actually does have some of the best food in the world, and you know why? It's because it has food from all around the world. And it's not just like fast food places. It's not like McDonald's and shit. Like, oh, they got a Korean McDonald's. No, absolutely not. They got a fucking Gordon Steakhouse. Okay, maybe that's not the best example. They got a Guy Fieri. Okay, maybe that's not the best example either. Whatever. They've got Michelin star chefs there. They've got those food halls there where like a bunch of people like come together, like smaller food places come together under a big company's name, and then they like get into like a smaller space where they can just install themselves like stalls and whatnot and just sell their wares. And like it's really cool. It's like it's very Southeast Asian. It's very hawker fare kind of stuff. And you can get some of the best fucking chicken, some of the best hot chicken. And I lived in the South. I was born in like near South adjacent. And like if I haven't had hot chicken, then don't call me a true Southerner. But I have had a lot of hot chicken, and I cannot, for the life of me, fathom why. But the best hot chicken I've ever had was in Las Vegas, and I think it's it was like a spoof of a chain that does exist, but it was just a place that was like a local, just like a local chef or whatever, and he was like, I'm gonna make something like Hattie B's, I think is the chain, but he wasn't actually called Hattie B's. I think he was called like Hattie C's or something like that. And it was like a copycat sort of like theme. It looked like really similar to that. There's also a place called Egg Sluts in Las Vegas, but I think they're native to New York. Oh man, best breakfast sandwiches you would ever have in your entire life. See, and that's what's so fucking good about Las Vegas. Not only do they have like Michelin star style food, big buffets and shit like that, but also they have like the chains. They have like White Castle. They have, you know, In-N-Out. They have fucking like, you know, all the, like the dirty, you know, fucking guilty pleasures like fast food and shit. Come on. You're never gonna find that in like another metropolitan city out in the desert where it gets excruciatingly hot during the summer. It'd be nice if they just had like an air conditioning for that entire city. You know, like I think I've rambled on long enough for the outro. I think I have covered my bases here.